order. Good evening. I am Trinace Riggs, the Chair of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, Virginia, and I hereby call this meeting to order at 6:02 p.m. on this 28th day of November 2023. Thank you to those who have joined us in person and online. Madam Clerk, will you please announce those school board members in attendance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Present in the school board chambers is Chair Riggs, Vice Chair Weems, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Brown, Mr. Callen, Mr. Culpepper, Ms. Franklin, Ms. Manning, Ms. Melnick, and Ms. Owens.
Thank you. And Miss Martin might be coming. She has been at the hospital with her husband in surgery, but she is talking about coming, so we'll see if she makes it. Please follow me or join me in observing a moment of silence, and after that, the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand as you are, if you are able, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are now going to observe our Student, Employee, and Public Awards recognition. The first is the VDOE Purple Star designation.
This evening, the school board has the pleasure of recognizing division students and staff for their achievements. A recognition this evening is for schools receiving the Purple Star designation. Will the principals of Birdneck Elementary School, Frank W. Cox High School, Indian Lakes Elementary School, and John B. Dye Elementary Schools please come forward? The Purple Star designation is awarded to military-friendly schools that have demonstrated their commitment to meeting the needs of military-connected students and their families. This is the 6th year for this program, which is organized by the Virginia Department of Education and the Virginia Council on the Interstate Compact on the Educational Opportunity for Military Children. Virginia Beach City Public Schools prides itself in supporting the military community. There are over 78,000 military-connected students attending public schools in the Commonwealth, including 11,500 here in Virginia Beach. And Virginia is home to several of the largest and most important military installations in the nation. The Purple Star designation expresses the commitment of participating states to remove barriers to academic success for children of military families. Virginia was the second state after Ohio in establishing the recognition. Today, there are 43 states who have adopted the program. VBCPS currently has 82 schools and centers that have earned VDOE Purple Star designation. The most recent schools to earn this designation are Cox High School, Indian Lakes Elementary, John B. Dye Elementary, and Birdneck Elementary, which has earned the designation for the second time. Congratulations, we're proud of you.
Now, for the adoption of the agenda, are there any other modifications to the agenda as presented? Ms. Manning.
Madam Chair, I would like to request consent item 14C, part-time pay rates, be moved to action 15C.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion. Ms. Manning, would you like to say something? Okay. Okay, anyone else? Hearing none, All there in favor of moving 14C to 15C from the consent to the, to the action, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion did pass.
Thank you. Okay. Question?
Are we going to move the workshop D on the agenda or just pick up workshop after?
We're going, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you guys before we left.
Nope.
I told Mr. Den. Yes, we're gonna put workshop item D, when we finish the regular meeting, that'll be first, and then it'll be followed by our closed session. Okay? Okay, so, superintendent's report.
Madam Chair,
you need to
I think
vote.
we were just voting on my amendment.
Oh, that's right, we just voted on your amendment. Now we need to vote on the rest of the agenda, I'm sorry. Is there any other changes or additions? Okay, so, I need a motion to accept the agenda as changed. Yes, Ms. Owens, and seconded by Ms. Franklin. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes. The motion did pass for the adoption of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to our superintendent's report and recognitions. And since this is the second meeting, Dr. Robertson, we look forward to your report.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. Here are a few items of interest for you and our families. I'm thrilled to announce that U.S. News and World Report recently ranked Kingston Elementary as the #1 elementary school in Virginia. Old Donation School was ranked as the #1 middle school and the #2 elementary school in the state. So we swept the top 2 rankings in elementary schools. The magazine analyzed more than 100,000 schools nationally, including 1,754 elementary and 1,005 middle schools. For each state, schools were assessed on their shares of students who were proficient or above proficient in their mathematics and reading language arts assessments. The ranking also measures test results in the context of socioeconomic demographics to make sure top-ranked schools are both high-achieving and successful at educating all their students. Teachers at Kingston, at Old Donation, and all of our schools encourage students to collaborate on creative problem-solving activities that help them learn and build their character. Parents are actively involved in their children's education, and our administrators and support staff foster a community of trust, love, and academic excellence. In addition, several of our schools ranked in the top 50 in Virginia. Out of 1,754 elementary schools, North Landing ranked number 17, and Thorogood Elementary ranked number 35. Virginia Beach City Public Schools was the only school division in Hampton Roads to rank in the magazine's top 10 for elementary schools in Virginia. And of the 1,005 Virginia middle schools analyzed by U.S. News and World Report, Great Neck Middle ranked 20th. Plaza Middle was ranked 27th. Virginia Beach Middle was ranked 30th. Princess Anne Middle was ranked 37th. And Salem Middle was ranked 40th. I congratulate all of these schools and all of our schools, and especially the students and staff at the schools aforementioned. You are truly the top of the class in Virginia. I'm pleased to share that because of the hard work of our students and staff, Virginia Beach City Public Schools continues to have a high on-time graduation rate and a low dropout rate. We are making progress among several demographic groups as well. Our on-time graduation rate stands at 95.3% for the 2023 cohort year, outperforming the statewide rate, which was 91.9%. Our dropout rate was 2.8%, compared to the statewide rate of 5.4%. Many students in the class of 2023 were in their first year of high school when the pandemic hit. The high graduation rate for this class is a testament to their resilience and persistence. Our educators and support staff also worked very hard to help get these students across the finish line. The Virginia Department of Education has been tracking this information since 2008. In that time, the division's on-time graduation rate has increased steadily from 84.2% in 2008 to 95.3% in 2023. And the dropout rate has decreased from 7% in 2008 to 2.8% in 2023. We achieve these outstanding rates because of our relentless focus on creating future-ready learners and the partnerships we forge with parents and families to ensure students leave our schools prepared to be enrolled, employed, or enlisted. We recently celebrated the opening of an Achievable Dream Middle and High School at Lynn Haven. I'm so proud of our students who led tours through the building and spoke with visitors about how the design of the new high school brightens their mood and helps them learn. The building includes 13 learning spaces, a Scola, and plenty of open areas where students can collaborate in hands-on project-based activities. An Achievable Dream and Virginia Beach City Public Schools are dedicated to the belief that all children can learn and succeed. I know some of you were there at the dedication ceremony and felt the excitement about this one-of-a-kind partnership. I'd also like to thank you, school board members, for supporting this program over the years. And I'd also like to thank the teachers and administrators who work very hard every day to make this partnership a success for our students. And finally, thank you to An Achievable Dream and its supporters for partnering with us. We look forward to our first Dreamers graduating from high school in 2025, and I'm confident some of them will return to mentor the next generation of Dreamers. Volunteers and staff helped the Office of Family and Community Engagement serve over 380 families at the Restock and Roll event this past month. A special thanks goes out to the 25 student volunteers from Lansdowne High School's Rho Kappa National Social Studies Honor Society. The backpacks and school supplies were donated by the United Way of Southampton Roads, Coastal Edge, and the Virginia Beach Education Foundation. Additional community members were the Food Bank of Southeastern Virginia and the Eastern Shore, the United Way Virginia Beach Thrive Program, Verizon, and Jason's Deli. This effort helped families put food on their tables for Thanksgiving and help students get the supplies they need to finish out the semester. One of our student designs is on display as part of Holiday Lights at the Beach. Old Donation 6th grader Kylie Zoo's Melting Snowman is now a 17-foot tall display at the boardwalk. City officials and members of beach events chose Kylie's artwork from more than 50 entries submitted by Virginia Beach Elementary and middle school students. Organizers visited the school and awarded her a special plaque to honor her achievement. Her proud parents were there, along with the local news media. Kylie said she's glad she entered the contest and can't believe her artwork was chosen to be a part of the annual event. She had some advice for others. Even if you don't think it's going to happen, it might, so keep dreaming. While you're at Holiday Lights at the Beach, make sure to stop by 24th Street in front of the Virginia Surf and Rescue Museum, where our environmental studies program students designed a boat captain display powered by wind and solar energy. Our students' talents are truly front and center this holiday season. And then finally, Bayside 6th grade received a special visit from esteemed educator Ron Clark, who awarded several teachers with free conference trips. Mr. Clark developed an education model that Bayside 6 has successfully put in place. Students at Bayside 6 collaborate in groups or houses, which instill mutual support, pride, and social-emotional learning. They also represent our division in the National Amazing Shake competition, when role models in our community teach students about professional skills for success. At the January conference, our teachers will learn about special programs and communication tools for creating a school culture optimized for inspiration and learning. We're proud that the Bayside 6 community continues to be nationally recognized as a fun and effective place to learn, explore, and improve the community. And just as a reminder, the principal was a finalist for National Middle School Principal of the Year. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my lengthy report.
It was a great report. Even though it was lengthy, it was well worth it.
And I also have some recognitions. So first up is Bradley Ward. Yes. We are pleased that you have accepted our recommendation for Bradley Ward, previously an administrative assistant at Larkspur Middle School, to be a new assistant principal at Corporate Landing Middle School. Congratulations. I believe you have some guests.
So, my wife and my kids, Katrina and Katie, Kim Shirley, the Catholic students at Sadie, and Dr. Ashton, who I've been with from the beginning, and the journey she got me here, and she let me do.
Congratulations. Next up is Shannon Mackey. Shannon was previously a preschool coach in the Department of Early Learning in Norfolk Public Schools, and we are proud you've accepted our recommendation for her to be the new coordinator in special education in the Office of Programs for Exceptional Children. Welcome. And I believe you have some guests. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are now at public comments, and we will start. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the minutes. Number 10. The approval of the meeting minutes for November 14th, 2023, regular school board meeting. Are there any modifications to the November 14th, 2023 regular school board meeting minutes as presented? Okay, hearing none. I call for a motion. Ms. Franklin, and second, Ms. Anderson. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. I call for a vote on the approval of the November 14th, 2023 minutes as presented. Please raise your hand if you.
Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes,
Are there any abstentions?
and we have one abstention.
Okay, and that's because?
I wasn't here for that meeting.
Okay, thank you. And welcome. Ms. Martin, we're glad to have you. Now we're at our public comments. I was so excited about getting to them. I was going to leave our minutes out, y'all. So we will start, and our public comments will go until 8 o'clock, or if we finish sooner, which we just might tonight. The school board will now hear public comments on matters relevant to pre-K public education in Virginia Beach, pre-K through 12 public education in Virginia Beach, and the business of the school board and the school division from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board clerk prior to noon today. The purpose for the public comment section of the school board agenda is for the school board to offer an orderly forum to receive public comments during the school board meeting. I'd like to remind everyone to please, that's attended tonight's meeting, to please, and then that includes everyone on the dais and the audience and online, speak with respect and kindness. The school board also invites the public to submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. Madam Clerk, please introduce the first speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a note, speaker number 4 did cancel, so we only have 3 speakers tonight. Our first speaker will be Matthew Cody Connor, Melinda Rogers, and then Noah Moreland.
Good evening. I noticed Human Rights Month was on the consent agenda tonight. Are you just searching for ways to showcase your hypocrisy, or are you going to change your policies and give your LGBTQ students back their human rights? Yeah, I didn't think so. How embarrassing for you. Anyway, on with today's lesson. Public, of or concerning the people as a whole. Quite simply, the word public means for everyone. Now, I've heard a number of things here at these meetings that made me feel it necessary to provide you with a definition of the word public. Attacks on the LGBTQ community, attempts to ban books. Meeting after meeting, I've listened to speakers exhort you to teach Christianity in our schools. You know that 27% of the American population doesn't affiliate with any religion? Not to mention the many, many other religions that are in our society. But if you want to teach your child your religion, take them to church. Homeschool them, put them in private school. But you do not get to force your religion on everyone. And that's who public school is for. Everyone. But whether it's the LGBTQ community or books or religion, it's all the same intent: to attack and poison our country's greatest strength, our diversity. Now, it's clear many do not understand the concept of diversity or the benefit it's provided humanity, so let me help. Woodblock printing, gunpowder, was invented by Buddhist monks. The crank, the toothbrush, algebra, was invented by Muslims. Plumbing, central heating, one of my personal favorites, cheesecake, were all invented by the Greeks. They were pagans, by the way. The motion picture, the phonograph, electric utility system, all invented by Thomas Edison, a known atheist. Alan Turing was an atheist and a member of the LGBTQ community. He was also essential to winning World War II and created one of the very first designs for the stored program computer. Diversity is what has advanced us this far. And it is diversity that will continue to move us forward. If you really want to know what it takes to make America great, the answer is it takes everybody. And that should be taught in our schools. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melinda Rogers and then Noah Moreland. Melinda Rogers. Noah Moreland.
Mr. Moreland, I have your name here and you're undecided, so what is your,
My topic is on the new superintendent you're choosing.
okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
So happy Thanksgiving to you all. I hope you had a lovely time during your preve and are as such ready to be thrown back into the roiling sea that is our current public school system. We all have a lot to be thankful for, which is something every one of us tends to forget, myself amongst them. And amongst the fear-mongering, grandstanding, and moral posturing, we are in fact blessed to live in a country where it is possible for us to do such things. In particular, I have one thing I found myself being thankful for the other day, and it was the fact that Aaron Spence is no longer our superintendent. This past week in Loudoun County, he had this to say to families regarding Thanksgiving break. Many families will celebrate Thanksgiving. Amid this busyness, I hope you and your loved ones find time during this Thanksgiving break, regardless of if you celebrate this holiday or not, to share your gratitude. End quote. This quote by Aaron Spence, while seemingly harmless, I think to say not everyone celebrates Thanksgiving as a seemingly sectarian, controversial holiday only celebrated by some Americans is, in my opinion, an admission of failure on his part to do his duty. Thanksgiving is a national civil holiday that celebrates this country. One of the qualities I want to see in our new superintendent foremost is a love for our country, to see someone that celebrates our country, because by extension, he will seek to impart that love of country onto the children in our school system. Part of the responsibility of the public education system, other than basic education, is to inculcate a sense of civic virtue to create good citizenry that can operate under the regime they live at a level that is beneficial to themselves and society at large. And unfortunately, it seems that there are some in this country that do not celebrate our country, do not give thanks to our forefathers for having created this country, and yet still seek to work in the very place they so hate. So when in your search for our new superintendent, I ask you to keep a lookout for these key things. 1, that they celebrate the country in which they live. 2, that they are thankful for the opportunities provided to them by living in this country. And 3, they wish to instill that celebration and thankfulness in others. I'd say if someone embodies these 3 things, a lot of the other things we're looking for will come naturally. Thanks.
Madam Chair, that was our last speaker for this evening.
Okay, so let's move on to information. A, interim financial statements for October 2023. Welcome, Mr. Daniel Hopkins, our Director of Business Services.
Good evening. I'm sorry. Good evening, Chairwoman Riggs, Vice Chairman Weems, school board members, Dr. Robertson. As of October 31st, the overall revenue trend remains acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. As reported last month, our September 30th enrollment came in at 63,132, which is just a little bit lower than we used to build our budget of 63,222. Federal revenues are showing an acceptable trend at this point in the fiscal year. We are about federal impact aid is about $7.8 million year to date. Other sources of revenue is acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. We are about $300,000 ahead of what we were last year, mainly due to the Stop Arm Enforcement Program and the collection of damaged technology fees. The next graph shows that the sales tax receipts are at an acceptable level. Year-to-date through October, we are approximately $3.5 million lower than the same time last year. VDOE did budget a lower amount this year, but we need to keep an eye on this in the next governor's budget to see how the state changes any projections. And the last graph shows that the expenditures and encumbrances remains acceptable at this point in the fiscal year. That concludes my presentation. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Mr. Callen.
I noticed the significant reduction in the state sales tax revenue for 2024, with the preceding years all being a forward-moving momentum factor. What do you see as the reason for the significant drop-off in sales tax?
Well, is it really a significant drop-off, or was last year so incredibly high? There was a huge increase last year that made it really hard. I can't give you the specifics of why sales tax is down, but last year was unreasonably high.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't see anyone else. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. So Policy Review Committee, the PRC recommendations. Welcome, Ms. Cami Linetti, our school board attorney.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, school board members, and Dr. Robertson. I'm Cami Linetti, the school board attorney, and on behalf of the Policy Review Committee, I will be bringing forward recommendations for the November 9th, 2023 PRC meeting. The first comes up, and again, I'll mention this, that part of our plan is that we go through different sections. We are working through Section 5, which deals with students right now, and we're presenting to you three policies out of Section 5. The first is 534, student conduct. After reviewing this particular policy, again, it's up for its 5-year review. We are not recommending any particular changes to this policy. Are there any questions about policy 534? Hearing no questions about policy 534, we'll move on to policy 537. There are significant changes to this particular policy. Part of that has been to do with changes that were made by the General Assembly, and again, changes made last year in the General Assembly, so we needed to update to match what the General Assembly is requiring. So you can see it, part of what we did was put new subsections in to make it a little bit clearer. So under section B1, we put a subtitle for section 1. The minor scrivener's change under B1F over there. And you'll see a couple other changes coming. Start on section B3. You're going to take a look. You'll see a change to subdividing out. And you'll see a subsection C that's added on there. This is a new change that was added in, needed to be added, a General Assembly change. It states the superintendent, principals, and the designees shall accurately indicate any offenses, arrests, or charges as recorded by the law enforcement authorities and required to be reported on such authorities. And you'll start seeing through the rest of these changes that come on the next following 3 pages have additional changes to them having to do with reporting of certain types of incident by law enforcement. This was a big concern with the General Assembly last year. It specifically laid out the different types of incident and how they would be reported. So those needed to be incorporated into this particular statute. So those are significant reporting requirements that we now have to maintain. I think we're already doing it, but it was make sure that it was carefully put into our regulations, and our policies needed to update it. You also see in section 7 when the law enforcement has to report to the superintendent and some of the requirements that the superintendent then has to report out to the principal. So there are significant changes put in this particular policy that reflect changes that the General Assembly has been focusing on the last couple of years. A lot of information to take in there. It's not information we don't monitor. It's just simply information that was not being reflected in our policy that we have to report out on. Are there any questions about policy 537?
Ms. Manning.
Yeah, there are just a few grammatical
Yeah, I'm
issues
catching
that
as
I
I
wanted
wrote
to
them.
point out.
Here we go.
Okay, so 4A instead of felon offense.
We caught that
felony.
one coming through, yeah.
7, local law enforcement 2, reporting 2. That first 2 should be
Correct,
taken
mhm.
out. 7A, such reports on offenses, should that be or? Such reports or offenses wherever committed.
I'm gonna have to check that. That may be the
Well,
actual language
because
out
it
there.
says, the sentence just doesn't make sense to me. Local law enforcement authorities shall report to the superintendent or designee and principal or designee such reports on offenses.
Well, here's
Maybe
why I
it's
think
just
it might be right. If you read, local law enforcement authorities shall report to the superintendent, designee, and principal, such reports on offenses whenever. I actually think that might be correct. It's a
Okay,
poorly
all
drafted
right, it
sentence,
just
but I think it
didn't-
might be correct.
All right, it didn't. Okay. And then it has at the school twice.
Correct, okay. Got
And
this.
that's all. Thank you.
Last, under section 5 is policy 564. These having to do with the interrogation investigations by outside agencies. Again, we review the law and we are not recommending any changes to this particular policy. Any questions on policy 564? And the remaining one comes out of, the department's brought this to our attention under policy 6. 6 is instruction, under section 6 of your policies. This has to do with summer school. There were changes made to the law several years ago, and we needed to update it. So we went ahead and subdivided out. You'll see now it's read section A, 1, 2, and 3. Section 4 needed to be added when we recommend a student for summer school. There's less an emphasis on summer school than there used to be. There are other remedial actions. This particular paragraph is part of the statutory requirements that had to be added back into this policy. So we've subdivided that out to make it clear when summer school is required. Are there any questions about policy 680? And those are all the recommendations coming out of the Policy Review Committee from November 9th, 2023 meeting having to do with, on the information agenda. We'll be back for the bylaws.
Thank you. So our school board legislative agenda for 2024 General Assembly session. Welcome, Mr. Joel Andrus from Kemper Consulting.
Good evening. Happy Thanksgiving. Good to see you all. So I'm going to walk through our legislative agenda that we've been working on for the last several months. I thought before I get into that, I might offer just a little bit of context of kind of what we might be seeing heading into 2024. First of all, this is a long session for the General Assembly, so even long sessions here in Virginia are very short, where it is only 60 days, including Saturdays and Sundays. So it is a very quick 60 days. Session begins on January 10th, and we finish up CNADA on March 9th. So it will be a pretty quick session. Just a couple other dates kind of in there. We've already started pre-filing, so we've seen a number of bills already hit the system. We expect somewhere around 3,000 bills per usual to be introduced between now and the first day of session on January 10th. So it will be, as always, a very busy session. Also, probably most significantly, we'll be doing a new biennial budget this year, and this will be the only biennial budget that Governor Youngkin will see through start to finish. So as a reminder, he inherited a budget from the previous governor. He will submit a new biennial budget, sort of as his last action before he leaves office here in a couple of years. This budget is sort of interesting because we are kind of coming out of what has been, for the last several years, really historic surpluses, and they're really expecting this coming General Assembly session to not see those historic surpluses, driven by a number of different things. Maybe first and foremost is that the enhanced Medicaid rate that we had been receiving from the federal government for several years is coming to an end, so we're going to have to put more into Medicaid. We're also just going to see increases in Medicaid, increases in K-12 as part of the rebenchmarking process, which we'll talk about here in a second. And then there's sort of beginning to be expected some softening in the economy and potentially a recession on the horizon. And so when they put all these things together, as well as spending that they've put in place the last couple of years that they'll have to continue, the surplus is really only around, $800, maybe $900 million, which is a shadow of what we've seen over the last several years. Also, we're seeing for the first time sort of a structurally unbalanced budget that the General Assembly is going to have to figure out. So they've been spending more money the last couple of years, and now they're going to have to figure out what are going to be the priorities. And when you have K-12 and Medicaid as some of the major drivers, it's going to be some tough decisions in terms of what is left over at the end of the day. We also have new House and Senate leadership. As you all know, we had significant elections just a few weeks ago. And all the previous leadership has really kind of, and certainly on the Senate side, many of them have opted not to run again. And so we're seeing a sort of a new crop of members come up in terms of leadership. The speaker designee is Delegate Don Scott from Portsmouth. The Senate elected Majority Leader Scott Surville from Fairfax County. So those will be the leaders heading into the General Assembly, among many others. So it will be actually, I really kind of think, in some ways, a good opportunity for younger members who have only been there for a session or two because of the high turnover to give them a lot more chance in leadership and committee chairs and subcommittee chairs. Even despite the Democrats taking control of the House and maintaining control of the Senate, we still have divided government in Virginia with Governor Youngkin and a very thin margin on both sides. And so I think we will have to continue to see bipartisan effort on any issue that is going to have a chance of making it through the legislature. Both sides are going to have to work together. Both chambers have to work together to see anything. And maybe one of the more significant things, and I touched on this before, I think a couple months ago, is we're just seeing a lot of experienced legislators leaving office. And I think maybe worth noting on that is not just years of service and years of knowledge of the process and policy and things like that, but also longstanding relationships. When you have served with members for multiple decades, you become close to them. They become close, familiar friends, whether they're Republican or Democrat or across bodies. And some of those relationships are going to take time to rebuild. You just can't create those overnight. And so it will be a unique session from that perspective. You throw all that in, we have a brand new General Assembly building that we will also be in, which I am personally very excited about, so that would be great. And it will be, we won't see another session like this again. So we're all kind of holding on for the ride as we approach January 10th here, just in a few short weeks. So with that, I will run through sort of what is on our legislative agenda. And what I like to probably do is I'll hit on everything, but talk about some of the major differences from what we've seen in previous agendas. Many of these will be familiar to you because they're really based upon work that we have been doing in the past, but we've updated a number of them based upon current discussions with the committee, outside stakeholders, Ms. Weems, with your group as well. And so I think you'll see a couple of changes that I hope you'll appreciate. So first and foremost, every 2 years we go through the re-benchmarking process. I just mentioned that. We have a little bit of a hiccup this year in terms of that process because you will recall the General Assembly, the last special session, funded a lot of one-time funds to the tune of about $418 million. This is compounded with the one-time funds coming from the federal government. It has really thrown an entire wrench into the re-benchmarking process. And this is normally a pretty straightforward process. This year, it is probably less straightforward because of that. And so the formula right now has re-benchmarking at $166 million over the biennium, which is about $1.2, $1.3 billion less than what we have anticipated it being. And this is just a formula, sort of how they calculate it, where they put the one-time funds. It's nothing sort of nefarious going on. But what it does is it create opportunities for confusion around what is the true re-benchmarking number. And so when you sort of back out the one-time funds and you really look at re-benchmarking, we're really at about a $1.3, $1.5 billion number, which is in line with what we would expect given salary increases, support cap, those types of efforts over the last several years. And so we just want to make sure as we go through the re-benchmarking process that everyone is being transparent with how those dollars are flowing, what the formulas look like. As you all know, when there's moments of confusion, sometimes things get, fall through the cracks. And with re-benchmarking, it can be very confusing. The other change to this is, as we've talked about before on the JLARC report about school funding, They are going to continue to meet about that. There's lots of discussion around general formula changes to K-12, particularly looking at per pupil versus staff, things like that. We want to continue to be part of those discussions, and I think we will be. That is still a year or so away, but that is part of our recommendations. Moving on to teacher salary increases and recruitment efforts, a lot of this is what we have seen before. I would also add, though, that we have included two things that came out of the JLARC report. There is the Virginia Communications and Literacy Assessment, the VCLA. This is a test that all teachers have to take. One of the findings in JLARC is that the VCLA has not really been updated, and it's not always relevant to every teacher. So re-looking at that assessment and saying, is this something that is necessary? Is this a barrier? And this is also a point that has gotten a lot of bipartisan support on this. So something that we want to make sure we take a closer look at. And then one of the other ones was increasing the Virginia Teacher Scholarship Loan Program. This has been a great program. It has been oversubscribed to help teachers entering the profession. We've talked a lot about the pipeline. We need to get more teachers into the pipeline if we're going to really fix our teacher shortage issue. And this is certainly not the silver bullet, but one of those opportunities to be able to do that. On support cap, we've made some great progress on that. We are asking the General Assembly to continue to make progress on that and fully fund the support cap. Just to give you a reference, we made it up to 21 support positions per thousand from 21 to 24. We need to get to, I believe it's 26, so we're almost at the support cap levels from back in 2008. It's only taken us, 15 years to undo a temporary budget fix. Moving on to continued support for behavioral health and mental health professionals. This has been part of our legislative agenda for the last couple of years. It really dovetails well into the support gap. A lot of these positions are covered under that as well with expansions of those. So that is something that we've been asking for and continue to make some progress on. Delivering high quality special education services, again, something that we've been really focused on for several years now. I will say we are anticipating legislation this year on special education, mainly process reforms, what I would expect at this point. The concern that we always have when we look at this, though, is some unfunded mandate. And so we'll be watching that legislation very carefully, making sure that there is no adverse impact at that point. Capital, dedicated funding for capital. This was not covered in the JLARC report because they were really talking about operational funds, but it continues to be a struggle. I'll tell you right now that one of the few pieces of legislation that has been introduced this year dealing with K-12 already is to allow all localities, if they wanted to, this is entirely a local decision, to have the 1 cent sales tax increase for school construction. Right now, it's only been granted to a handful of localities for that. So that is something that is out there. It will be discussed. I do not know where it may go. We've seen this bill numerous times in previous years. It has not passed, but I don't know where it might go with a new General Assembly. So those are the primary budget issues. Moving on to some other legislative issues. School bus shortage. We, kind of falling into those other categories of personnel. This has also been on our legislative agenda for the last couple of years. I think mainly there's a lot of sort of federal components of that, but it is something that we wanted to continue to leave on there. Eliminate or fund currently unfunded mandates. As you know, we have a pretty hefty list of unfunded mandates that is both state and federal. And as a reminder, we did have legislation a couple years ago creating the School Health Committee. They have finally met for the first time this year. What was great about that is one of the members of the School Health Committee very early on in the meeting said, this committee is not just looking at new ideas, but part of our charge is to look at what schools are required to do and take off some of those requirements and to give you all some additional flexibility in some of those mandates. So this is on the radar of legislators, and we'll continue to work on that. Assessment reform. We have seen a little bit of progress on that. The main difference of what we have on here versus what we had in the past, you might recall a couple of sessions ago, they passed legislation for growth year assessment. So this is assessments that are given at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, at the end of the year. At the time, we were very excited about this. We've been asking for this type of data for a long time. However, how it was implemented was less than desirable, I think would be the right way to say it. And it created not only an unfunded mandate for us, because the way it was implemented through DOE, it also gave us worse data than we were already getting. And so working with the legislature, working with DOE, working with the administration to try to take the concept, which is that growth year through growth year data, but making sure it's something that we can work with and is actually useful for us, and not duplicating things that we're already doing. So this issue actually has already gotten a lot of attention from legislators and policymakers, so I expect we'll see a number of things on that. And the last thing is probably something I'm maybe the most excited about. We have had a lot of conversations over the last couple of years about innovative learning environments. We've had a lot of conversations about what those look like, what flexibility looks like. Last year, there was legislation not just around lab schools, but also creating what was called division lab schools at the time. It ultimately did not pass, but the concept was to allow school boards and school divisions to have additional flexibility around creating their own innovative environments. So we've been looking at the last couple of months of how could we build on these conversations. And one of the ideas that came up is, look, we already passed school divisions of innovation a couple of years ago. The problem with school divisions of innovation, though, is it only allows for flexibility from DOE regulations. And many of the things that handcuff our ability to be innovative are not DOE regulations, but actually statutory regulations, and so, or statutory issues. And so really want to take the school divisions of innovation and look at ways that we can expand on that to allow for really innovative models through individual school boards. So things that we're looking at are, seat time. This is something that has been brought up, I think, by legislators and of all sides. Looking at teacher licensure flexibility from a CTE standpoint. Are there things that we might need to look at on that front? Making sure that there's clear pathways for students who might earn a certification or credential outside of the school environment. So, for example, they expanded a program called Fast Forward to high school seniors recently. And this allows high school seniors to take advantage of state dollars to go earn a certification or credential. The problem is they can't very easily turn that certification or credential back into high school credit, even though it might be a certification or credential they could earn during the school day. So making sure that there's pathways around that. And, other things that might come up through the discussion and through the legislative process. So that's something that we hope to be working on this session. It's gotten a lot of attention from other school boards as well as industry partners. And so I think that's something where we can really lead the way on that. So I will pause there and see if there's any other questions or comments.
And if I may, just even for those of you that were there, you may have heard the governor, for those of us that were there at the VSBA conference, the governor spoke, and he actually mentioned the last paragraph in our legislative agenda, which was, I'm going to paraphrase, I wrote it down, but it was about being more creative. Don't let actual a typical high school day or typical seat time keep you from being creative in your new high school redesign model. So I thought that was really important that day. So that there is a lot of bipartisan support on those efforts.
Ms. Williams?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Andrus, and Joel and I have talked many times on the Workforce Development Committee and also recently about this agenda, as well as I've spoken to the superintendent. And Ms. Melnick. So thank you for adding the recovery school in there. I didn't realize that you were gonna add it in there after we talked. So I handed all my colleagues what I wanted, to be added to our legislative agenda, and Mr. Andrews was kind enough to go ahead and add that. But, for the viewing public, I want the school board to request as a whole ongoing operational funding support for Tides Preparatory Academy in Hampton Roads. And this academy will be a secondary school designed to educate and provide services for students in grades 9 through 12 who are in recovery from substance use disorder. Tides Preparatory Academy will empower students by providing an alternative environment to support their recovery while making progress towards a high school diploma. The program will be housed in a community facility where students will be away from the influences of the general school population and will be open to all students in the Hampton Roads region. So we've been talking about this for quite a while. Before COVID, Dr. Spence and I spent some time talking and researching, and then we had a team to go and Mr. Soltmaner and Mr. Jameson and Mr. Delaney went. And so I think we need to, get down to business, and part of this is obviously funding. And to borrow a phrase that we heard earlier, we need to use braided funding, that we talked about earlier in the pre-K program. We need to do some local funding, work with the city, perhaps hopefully use some abatement funds, work with other school divisions, and then also ask the General Assembly to put some funding, support in that as they did Chesterfield. I know our superintendent has talked to the other school divisions, and Dr. Robertson, if you could just make a comment on about support and where we are there. My
Yes.
colleagues.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Weems. And so, yes, I've addressed the superintendents in Region Two on 2 occasions about this concept. The first meeting, about 6 weeks ago, I had lukewarm interest from 4 divisions on the south side, not much on the peninsula. I invited Merv Daughtry, the superintendent in Chesterfield County, to come down and do a presentation to Region Two. And as a result of his presentation to Region Two, the interest increased. To a recognition that if we have a regional program in this part of Virginia, we're going to need one on the south side and we're going to need one on the north side. So there are some divisions that are on the north side, Williamsburg, York, Poquoson, that are considering what they might do. But on this side, Dr. Cotton with Chesapeake City Public Schools is very interested in partnering with us. And I've had some conversation with Sharon Birdsong in Norfolk and Eli Bracy in Portsmouth. I believe they're also going to be interested in partnering with us as well. So there is definitely interest.
Okay, so thank you. So I would like this to be officially added to our agenda, and we can move forward and talk to our legislators to try to get them. I think everybody recognizes the need for this, especially the tragedies that have happened in our own state in the last couple of weeks with our high school students and fentanyl. So I want to move forward with this because the more we lose time, the more kids are dying. So we need to get onto this. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Anderson.
Actually, the clarification that I was going to ask for has already been noted.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Manning?
Thank you. So we didn't get this until last night, and I had meetings all day today, so I've not had a chance to thoroughly look through it, which I'm a little frustrated with because so maybe I can call you up if I have some questions.
Of course.
But one thing I did see here, skimming through it, under individualized and innovative learning environments, it's no secret how I feel about this. I talk about this every year. This basically says that in order to have charter schools or lab schools, the local school board has to approve it. And the model of the governor's laboratory schools is that local businesses can get involved and be creative and get some funding from the state to provide, to operate schools like trade schools for students. Additionally, we have school divisions across the state that are failing children. And I firmly believe that if you're in a school that's failing, you shouldn't be stuck there simply because of your zip code. And while I'm not pointing the finger at Virginia Beach, there are schools across the state that are in those situations. And I very much oppose the language in this. When I was on the legislative committee, I'd asked for that to be struck. It ended up getting put back in there. From what I can tell, I think I support most everything else in this package. And I think that it would be much stronger if we have a unified board sending legislation up to Richmond that we all can agree with. Because if we're voting on this as a package, I won't be able to support it. So my request is that we take that language out or just simply take that topic out in this legislative packet. Thank you.
Can you repeat the language you wanted to take out one more time, please, Mrs. Blaney?
Where is it?
And where is it on the, next to the last page?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, next to the last page.
The last paragraph.
Yeah, it says, however, for those alternative models to be successful, they must have the support of the local school division. And I haven't looked to see if there's any additional language in there that's similar. But that's my concern.
Okay, Ms. Melnick?
I remember. So one was about the recovery school. So I think initially, the initial startup was about $1 million with, and I don't want to get too much in the weeds about this, for 20 students. So about $50,000 a student for this program. So how would we advocate, or can we work on the language of how we're going to advocate for this to be a regional program, and how many students for each division, and will it be based on enrollment as to how many get in, and what happens after the initial, I mean, clearly we're advocating for a line item. But, you know, I guess I'm looking to staff and beyond for exactly how this is going to work from a funding perspective and in collaboration with our neighboring school divisions. So there's that. And then the part, the individualized and innovative learning environment, it's just difficult. We're a public school. And so anytime we're going to do something and have our name on it, we need to be a part of this. So if it's serving our students and it's part of our Virginia Beach City Public Schools, Virginia Beach City Public Schools needs to have a hand in this and needs to have ownership in this and be running this. And for example, Green Run Collegiate. It's very difficult to raise money. And that's part of what happens with these schools is there's a fundraising effort that goes along with these 501c3s. And I live that as a member of the Green Run Collegiate Board. It's very difficult. It's hard for people to ask. We tend to ask the same people, and that's when we tend to fail kids. When we don't have the money, we're not raising enough money to provide the programs that we've initially offered these kids. And so I asked my board to be mindful of that piece, that anything, it's just like anything I would expect that any of my colleagues were going to do. If you're going to put your name on it, you need to own it and you need to be a part of it. And
Ms. Martin?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Ms. Melnick and Mr. Andrus for stepping up and getting all this together while we dealt with these issues in my family. So one thing I'd like to point out, big proponent of this high school redesign and CTE. I know we've been talking about that a lot with workforce. One of the things I want us to think about and maybe add to this agenda is funding for summer school. As we allow flexibility in the school day, we may see more students wanting to get those PE requirements out of the way. I know that's a class that fills up in the first hour. We may see some additional courses where students want to get those done in the summer or free up some time for apprenticeships and internships. So if we're going to make these asks at the General Assembly, some additional funding for summer school may be helpful to get more families to embrace these possibilities, if you will. And then to address Ms. Manning's concepts, I certainly support innovation. Absolutely. That's many of our conversations that I've had with Mr. Andros with Workforce Committee. But I can't support taxpayer dollars being allocated without local taxpayer representation. Our entire country is founded on representation and taxation. So I believe local oversight of local elected officials is incredibly important for these innovation schools. So if we want to think about why are schools failing certain students, the logical half step is then to say, okay, what is the out of zone requirement in those situations? And maybe we change that policy or regulation first and see if that helps. Because schools may be failing some students, but not all. And so we have to understand that a family situation, a student's learning situation, may not be the best fit for their zip code school. But I don't think we need to go all the way to private for-profit charters. I think that's the wrong direction at this point. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
So I talked a little bit about this earlier this evening. And on the part that says dedicated state funding for capital improvements, what happened in 2008? And you were around then, right? So you know what happened with the lottery funds at that time. Has there been any talk about dedicating lottery money for school capital improvements? And putting that money back to where it was in 2008. And I realize what happened, and I know why it happened in 2008 and why we didn't scream louder, because we were in a major recession and we needed, the General Assembly needed to make some changes. But it wasn't I didn't think it was supposed to be permanent. But right now it's permanent, and every locality across the state is having problems with finding money to build schools, to replace schools, and to, just do capital improvements in general. So that's where a lot of schools, our local taxpayer base has stepped up in many ways, and stepped up in 2009 and 2010 and helped us locally here. But it's time to go back to allowing those lottery funds to go toward the school districts so that we can utilize that money strictly for capital improvement. And I don't mean, because what they did was they put it in the general fund. We still get the lottery. There's so many people out there that don't realize that. They'll say, what? We get the lottery money for our schools? Yes, we do. But what happened in 2008-9 in the General Assembly was not right, and it should be fixed.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's all right. So
Yeah,
I'm on my bandwagon about this, and I'm not going to quit until they fix this.
there was the effort, and I'm trying to remember which years it was. It's been a number of times now, but to return the lottery funds on a per pupil basis. And so what they did is, instead of going back and on some of the construction stuff, is basically return those dollars and allow it to be flexible spending on either capital or reoccurring costs.
But they also took money away from the general fund. So let's say they put 100 million in, they took out 100 million out of the general fund and used it for roads and other
And
things.
these are all conversations I think that will probably be had around the funding formula changes and what is an appropriate funding formula, because I think that will certainly be part of a robust discussion around that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Weems?
Yes, a few things. Excuse me. The startup costs for the recovery school, when we first initially did a kind of a very, very, very rough draft, Mr. Jameson did it, was $600,000, and that was just when we were doing it all by ourselves. And so I would assume that if we partner with 3 or 4 or 5 other school divisions, the startup costs would be less. But I'm hoping, and I know Dr. Robertson and I talked today, and it has been place to be hopefully on the Virginia Association of Superintendent, what is it called? VAS, I know, I'm trying to figure out what it stands for. So they have it on their agenda and they will vote on it, and I feel very confident it's gonna get unanimous support to have it on their agenda, recovery school in every region. So, we know it's coming, and we know Virginia Beach with our staff, we can do it the best and serve our students as well as surrounding areas. So I'm hoping that our superintendent and Bobby and all those who are in this and helping will maybe put out another draft piece of cost, and get for sure 100% commitment from these other school divisions, because that will definitely affect the cost. To move on, excuse me, my allergies are crazy. Was there any talk with the legislative committee about anything to tackle legislatively with this truancy accreditation and all that we've talked about so much? Was there any talk about that, adding that to our agenda, one? And then number two, any talk about adding, to revisit the legislation that was passed a few years ago? I think it was under seclusion and restraint that may have, I don't want to say gone overboard, but I hear from teachers, I hear from administrators, I hear from security, and I hear from parents that when we have a child that is having a behavioral crisis, that you have to pretty much get everybody else out of your classroom, barricade the door, put other people, because you can't do anything with this child who's throwing desks around and computers because you can't touch them. So has there been any talk about maybe revisiting that to have more of a balance? So truancy and the legislation that was passed a few years ago, any talk or?
So I expect certainly probably the truancy or chronic absenteeism be part of this discussion, this General Assembly at some point. It's really being a DOE, Board of Ed driven issue as of, yeah, sorry.
I want to answer that.
Yeah.
Because we talked about it, I was at the legislative meeting, and this is something I talked to JT Kessler, our legislative guru for the SBA, because that was one of the proposals. It was number 4, okay, that we voted down. So anyway, I talked to him and he said, you know what you need to do? And he said, VDOE has a meeting, it's a special meeting in December. He said, but I'm not thinking that would be the one, but January is where you need to go up and go to the VDOE meeting. And I know Dr. Robertson's going because he's going to be there to be sharing something. So to go share this with VDOE and to bring this before them, because that's, like you said, where it belongs. Yes. And so bringing this amendment that Mrs. Linetti crafted for me to share and talk to them about this is something that, I would like to do that. And so that's what we talked about at the legislative meeting for me to do, so.
Okay, well, because I know that we had voted that down, so I was hoping that we could rewrite it or make the amendments and then present it. But if it doesn't belong here and it belongs there in a presentation, that's fine. Okay.
And also, let me add, Mr. Kessler also said that we obviously can bring this forward and add it to the proposals for VSBA as well, in addition, both of them, because let's just get extra strength in it, So, we could do that too. Ms. Manning.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify the statement made about local tax dollars. I was never advocating for our local tax dollars to go toward the lab schools, and that's not the model of the Governor's Laboratory School Program. The model of the laboratory school program would include state tax dollars, not local tax dollars. So, for example, if Newport News Shipbuilding decided that they wanted to have a partnership to create a trade school, high school with TCC, the state tax dollars would go to that. No local tax dollars would go to that. So I believe that local tax dollars should be controlled by the locality, but state tax dollars should have the ability to be determined how to be used by the state. Thank you.
Ms. Melnick.
So I'm just going to reiterate a point that Mrs. Riggs just made, and that is, as you go through the year, this upcoming year, and you're watching Richmond and you're hearing about things coming out of Richmond, please please note things that are of importance to you that you can bring forward to the legislative committee after session, because that is when we start to come together to discuss things that we're going to bring forward, not only for our own legislative agenda, but what we can submit to VSBA. So the truancy piece, although we may be ahead, there was a good point to that model, and we voted it down, but that model was to make it so that each locality is consistent, so everybody's kind of dealing on the same playing field, if you will. Like, everybody is going to be able to make movement together throughout the Commonwealth. So VSBA is a great opportunity. They're larger than just a school division, and they can bring forward these issues. And we have had that opportunity in Virginia Beach. Mrs. Linetti's really good at this. We've submitted some, we've been honored for some, and then they carry this through. So I ask that, again, that you really think about these things for after session when we meet to start our priorities again. Thank you.
Ms. Weems?
Yes, and I would ask anybody on the legislative committee, remind us, because this isn't just the last month or two, but like, remind us after session, and then when right before VSBA starts doing their booklet, say, does anybody have anything to add? And then right before the fall, remind us, you guys were about to start on our own legislative agenda. This is what we're thinking broad. Do you have anything else to add?
And that's in the spring.
Yeah, right. Well, it's both. It should be both. It should be spring and right before session. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. And that's what I said, like it should have been done in the spring, yes. And then they vote on it in the summer. So anybody on that committee, just help remind us, because it is it should be an all year round thing. And, but we have a lot on our plates and we forget, just like I forgot these two things. So thank you very much.
So let me just add to that, Mrs. Weems. Unfortunately, we didn't get to in the workshop, the last VSBA legislative proposals that I was going to review. So I'll be sharing that and talking about that, when we come back to it for our extended workshop after this meeting. So we'll talk about that some more. Okay? Anybody else? Thank you so
Thank
much,
you very
Mr.
much.
Andrews. We appreciate your expertise and your help. Thank you so much. Okay, so next on the agenda is D, Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports, PBIS, Year 3 Evaluation, Advanced Tiers. Welcome, Dr. Allison Bach, our Program Evaluation Specialist, Office of Planning, Innovation, and Accountability.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Riggs, Vice Chair Weems, members of the school board, and Dr. Robertson. I'm Dr. Allison Bach, a Program Evaluation Specialist with the Office of Research and Evaluation. This evening, I'll provide an overview of the key findings and recommendations from the Year 3 Evaluation for Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports, or PBIS. The evaluation report you received in your agenda materials provides additional details. As a brief background, PBIS is a data-driven decision-making framework for selecting and using interventions within a tiered system of support. Tier 1 involves universal practices for all students across school-wide and classroom settings. For example, schools establish, teach, and reinforce universal positive behavior expectations and create a disciplined flow chart with staff input that differentiates between classroom and office-managed behavior. School staff also share resources available to all students, such as accessing Care Solace, connecting with assigned school counselors, and speaking with teachers. Tier 2 is focused on students needing additional support through supplemental small group interventions. Examples of Tier 2 supports include small group counseling, the Choices program, parent-teacher conferences for students in need, work with counselors for military-connected students, mentorship opportunities, and the check-in, check-out behavior intervention. Tier 3 is focused on students needing individualized intensive support. Tier 3 supports in VBCPS may exist within this SRT 2.0 process, where staff and parent school teams develop a comprehensive support plan for individual students. These support plans may include wraparound services such as the Rapid Response Team, the Bridge Program, and/or a referral to the BASE program for elementary students. Furthermore, additional Tier 3 supports may be provided through behavior intervention specialists, student support specialists, school counselors, psychologists, and social workers. PBIS practices have been used in varying capacities in VBCPS since 2012-2013, but the current PBIS model involving embedded school-level coaching from PBIS coaches began in 1718. During the 22-23 school year, all elementary and middle schools continued to implement PBIS Tier 1 practices. Due to other competing priorities at the high school level, 8 high schools were not expected to formally implement PBIS practices during 22-23. In addition, most elementary and middle schools, along with 4 high school sites, were implementing Tier 2 practices. These schools had received PBIS Advanced Tiers Professional Learning prior to 22-23 and completed a measure of PBIS implementation fidelity in 2023. One school was implementing Tier 3 PBIS practices. Due to the implementation status, the evaluation focused on schools implementing Tier 2 practices. The evaluation for 22-23 included an update on Tier 1 implementation, such as progress toward recommendation areas from last year's evaluation and outcome goals. In addition, the evaluation focused on Tier 2 implementation goals, the alignment between PBIS and other related initiatives, and the additional cost. Data collection and analysis focused on gathering data related to implementation fidelity through the Tiered Fidelity Inventory, or TFI, and stakeholder perceptions. The TFI is comprised of items related to necessary processes and procedures. There are separate items that assess fidelity for Tier 1 and Tier 2 practices. These TFI assessments are completed by the school's PBIS team along with their division-wide coach each spring. Surveys were conducted for teachers, administrators, and other instructional staff, as well as students and parents. Overall response rates and number of respondents are provided on the slide. It's important to note that only schools implementing PBIS Tier 1 and/or Tier 2 practices during 22-23 were included in the data collection and analysis. First, an update on Tier 1 implementation fidelity and evaluation recommendations is provided. All schools that were assessed on the Tier 1 TFI during 22-23 were considered as implementing with high fidelity based on their overall TFI percentage from 80 to 100. There were 2 recommendations from the prior evaluation of Tier 1 practices during 21-22. One recommendation focused on the procedures for behavior feedback and consistency of PBIS practices and procedures across classrooms at the secondary level. Tier 1 TFI data showed that there were improvements at both middle and high schools regarding having a set of procedures for behavior feedback. There was also improvement at the middle school level regarding Tier 1 features being implemented within classrooms and having consistency within schools. The second recommendation focused on continuing to support school staff and their procedures related to reviewing school-wide data to inform decision-making. The TFI data related to Tier 1 teams having access to graphed reports for reviewing data improved at all levels, with the maximum score being reached for elementary and middle schools. Another component of the Tier 1 update is perception data related to the outcome goals as noted on the slide. Data for each of these goal areas will be presented, and any increases or decreases of at least 5 percentage points in comparison to the 21-22 school year will be noted at the elementary school and middle school levels. Changes are not noted at the high school level due to different schools implementing PBIS during the 2 years. The first outcome goal is that when PBIS is implemented with fidelity, students will be engaged at school. Related student survey data show that at least 84% of students agree that they were engaged in their learning by participating and working hard in school, and that they were engaged in classroom lessons. Teacher agreement on similar items was higher at the elementary school level than secondary levels. The second outcome goal is that students and teachers will have positive perceptions of school safety and discipline procedures when PBIS is implemented with Fidelity. Related teacher survey data showed that at least 81% of teachers agreed that the school was a safe and orderly place to learn. Somewhat lower percentages of teachers at all levels agreed with items related to there being high expectations for student behavior, students knowing the consequences for misbehaving, and the rules for student behavior being effective. As shown on the slide, there were some declines in agreement levels. At least 83% of students agreed with similar items. School safety and discipline procedures is a continued focus for the division, and several behavioral and mental health supports for students will be part of an evaluation being conducted during 23-24. The third outcome goal is that students will learn to regulate their emotions and demonstrate social emotional competence in the areas noted on the slide. At all school levels, at least 77% of responses to multiple survey items within each SEL competency were agreement responses. The fourth outcome goal is that students and teachers will have positive perceptions of school climate. Teacher survey data related to school climate showed that at least 76% of teachers at all levels agreed students treated them with respect, felt supported by school administrators, and teachers and other adults supported one another to meet student needs. At elementary and middle schools, there were increases in the percentages of teachers who agreed they felt supported by administrators. In addition, at least 86% of students agreed that they had positive relationships with other students. This portion of the presentation focuses on Tier 2 implementation. A total of 60 schools were implementing PBIS Tier 2 practices and were assessed on the Tier 2 TFI during 22-23. Schools were grouped into one of three categories based on their overall Tier 2 TFI score. As shown on the slide, 93% of schools assessed on the Tier 2 TFI were in the high fidelity group with an overall percentage from 80 to 100. 5% of schools were in the adequate fidelity group with an overall percentage from 70 to 79. And one school was in the partial fidelity group with an overall percentage less than 69. There were 4 advanced tier implementation goals that were assessed for Tier 2. They focused on schools having policies and procedures in place, providing appropriate and effective interventions and supports, reviewing data to inform decision-making, and professional learning opportunities for relevant staff. Data related to each goal area will be shown on the following slides. Due to Tier 2 practices focusing on smaller groups of students needing additional support, it was expected that fewer staff members would be directly involved. Staff who reported being involved responded to additional survey items. Involvement could have included referring a student to supports, working with a student who received supports, selecting or monitoring supports, or being a member of the PBIS Tier 2 team. Schools' Tier 2 teams work to establish systems and practices for students who require Tier 2 supports, such as overseeing implementation and monitoring student progress. The table includes the percentage and number of staff who reported involvement with Tier 2. Overall higher percentage of administrators than teachers or other instructional staff indicated involvement with Tier 2 practices. Higher percentages of elementary school staff reported involvement, followed by middle schools and high schools. The first implementation goal was that schools establish policies and procedures for implementing PBIS advanced tier practices. Objectives for this goal focused on policies and procedures for identifying students who require Tier 2 supports, requesting assistance from the Tier 2 team, and selecting interventions. Teacher agreement percentages for survey items related to this goal are shown on the slide by school level. At least 81% of teachers at all levels involved in Tier 2 agreed that they knew how to identify students who required Tier 2 supports, how to request assistance from their school's Tier 2 team, and how to select Tier 2 supports. At least 87% of administrators and other instructional staff agreed with similar items. The second implementation goal was that schools provide appropriate and effective PBIS advanced tiers interventions and supports to students in need. When teachers were surveyed, at least 74% of teachers at all levels involved in Tier 2 agreed that Tier 2 supports or interventions provided students with additional instruction or time for skill development, additional structure or predictability, and increased opportunity for feedback about progress. At least 85% of administrators and other instructional staff agreed with similar items. When teachers were surveyed about the alignment between Tier 2 and Tier 1, at least 83% of teachers at all levels involved in Tier 2 agreed that Tier 2 supports or interventions were aligned with school-wide expectations, and students who received Tier 2 supports or interventions also had access to Tier 1 universal supports. At least 83% of administrators and other instructional staff agreed with similar items. Staff who indicated they were a Tier 2 team member were also surveyed about whether Tier 2 supports or interventions were evidence-based and matched to students' needs. At least 89% of team members at all levels agreed they were. The third implementation goal is that data are reviewed and used regularly to inform decision-making about advanced tier practices. At least 87% of PBIS Tier 2 team members at each school level agreed that their team monitors the progress and proportion of students participating in Tier 2 supports or interventions, as well as the fidelity of Tier 2 supports or interventions. Although there were positive perceptions by team members, the TFI items related to tracking student data on Tier 2 supports were somewhat lower than other TFI items. During 23-24, a new MTSS product is being piloted by 4 schools through Synergy, the current student information system. This product aims to provide schools the ability to manage and monitor individual students receiving additional interventions and supports. The fourth implementation goal is that professional learning opportunities provide relevant staff with effective support and information to successfully implement PBIS advanced tier practices. As shown on this slide, relatively low percentages of teachers and other instructional staff involved in Tier 2 indicated they participated in professional learning related to intervention delivery, such as how to refer students for Tier 2 supports or how to implement Tier 2 supports. In addition, the TFI item related to professional learning was lower than other TFI items. Another area that was reviewed as part of the evaluation was the alignment between PBIS and other division initiatives. Under Compass to 2025, the division has worked to align various tiered initiatives, including PBIS, student response teams, and social emotional learning as part of integrated systems of support. There are multiple documents providing implementation information for the various initiatives that describe tiered systems to meet students' needs. As additional schools work to implement advanced tier practices, additional clarity and communication may result in more successful and efficient implementation, especially related to teams and intervention monitoring, where TFI scores were somewhat lower. The total additional cost to the division for PBIS during 22-23 was nearly $491,000. Staffing, including a PBIS specialist and 4 PBIS coaches, accounted for the majority of the initiative's costs to the division. Based on the results of the evaluation, it is recommended that PBIS continue with modifications noted in the following recommendations. The second recommendation is to continue communication efforts that address how the PBIS framework, division processes, and social emotional learning align as part of integrated systems of support and the structures schools have in place to support student success. The third recommendation is to continue to work to ensure all schools have access to a division-wide system that allows staff to effectively monitor data related to advanced tier interventions or supports. The fourth recommendation is to provide additional professional learning opportunities for staff involved with Tier 2 practices regarding aspects of intervention delivery. At this time, Robert Jamison, Executive Director of Student Support Services, will share the administration's response.
Good evening. Chairwoman Riggs, excuse me. My allergies, I guess, are acting up as well. I will openly admit sleep deprivation is kicking in with the third child, so hopefully I don't stumble over too many words. But Chairwoman Riggs, Vice Chair Weems, members of the school board, and Dr. Robertson, Virginia Beach City Public Schools remains committed to creating the conditions necessary for students and staff to learn and work in a safe and orderly environment by proactively addressing student behavior in partnership with parents, consistently applying discipline guidelines, and providing additional support for students with higher needs. Given these commitments, the administration concurs with the recommendations from the program evaluation. As noted in recommendation number 2, communication regarding PBIS practices continues to grow this year through focused professional learning for school and division staff on the integration of the PBIS framework within school division processes. These professional learning opportunities have been tailored to the needs of individual schools, as well as staff groups and led by the PBIS coaching team. To ensure consistency across the division, as one example of this effort, the PBIS team collaborated with behavior intervention specialists to provide professional learning for both our bus drivers and cafeteria staff. And similar efforts will be made with other staff groups this year. Additionally, the coaching team provided the annual nuts and bolts training to all PBIS and administrative teams addressing implementation and fidelity, while also engaging in professional learning related to classroom practices for all new staff through the new educator orientation. A vital component of professional learning for the PBIS team is social emotional learning. So the PBIS team continues to partner with the SEL implementation team since SEL lives within all tiers of support. This partnership has led to consistent language and approaches for leveraging SEL data across all our schools. And finally, our school division student response teams align with advanced tiers of support within this PBIS framework. This structure provides an opportunity for schools to target advanced tiers of support and to monitor student progress when implementing interventions. The coaching team emphasized alignment of all student supports within the SRT process during a recent professional learning activity with our school psychologist, and there are plans to continue this same message with multiple staff groups throughout the year. So overall, as a result, as schools spend more time implementing the PBIS framework, as Dr. Bach noted, they continue to focus on system structures, effective resources, training for staff, and implementing supports with fidelity. Make sure that didn't go too far. Nope, we're good. For recommendation number 3, and aligned with the strategic action agenda, the PBIS coaches continuously work with school-based and division-level teams to support an increased capacity for data decision-making. In particular, using a variety of reports from Synergy, our student information system, and our Unified Insights platform. The coaches lead local teams in using the Unified Insights platform to access disciplinary data for targeting school-wide interventions and for analyzing behavioral needs for all students. For example, the coaches look for disproportionality in school and division data, and based on the discipline data shared during the school board retreat in July, as we noted, a disproportionate number of our African-American students receive referrals in comparison to their white peers. In 21-22 at Allenton Elementary School, African-American students were actually 8.8 times more likely to get a referral. So during the 22-23 school year, with the support and leadership of Mrs. Charlene Guerin, principal at Allenton, the assigned PBIS coach worked with her school-based team to enhance the instruction provided for their behavior matrix, proactively identify students in need of Tier 2 supports like check-in, check-out, and improve relationships with students as well as families to better support them when Tier 3 interventions are needed. With this focus and assistance from the PBIS coach, Mrs. Guerin and her team decreased the likelihood of African-American students receiving a referral from 8.8 to 3.3. Although there is more work to be done, this is a remarkable improvement. To note, this was done at a school with demographics similar to the city of Virginia Beach and at a school that qualifies for free meals. Please know, students still received referrals and consequences in alignment with our student code of conduct and our disciplinary guidelines. What changed were the structures and systems in place to connect more students with appropriate interventions to increase pro-social behaviors and skills. This kind of work epitomizes the value of the school division receives from implementing PBIS and the impact of the coaches to help ensure more students experience success. As previously noted, the PBIS team has also been working with multiple departments division-wide to build the Synergy multi-tiered systems of support module, which will allow schools the ability to track specific academic and behavioral interventions for the remainder of this school year. Regarding professional learning and recommendation number 4, it is important to highlight VBCPS moved away from requiring a specific number of hours for professional learning several years ago. Instead, through a collaborative process with school and division leaders, certain activities are deemed essential for different staff groups. So for example, this school year, elementary teachers completed essential sessions on addressing student behaviors and building stronger relationships with our students. So some of the low percentages reported may stem from the fact that sessions available for staff are optional. Again, aligned with the strategic framework and strategic action agenda, the PBIS team is providing a series of sessions devoted entirely to advanced tiers of support. These sessions are open to all VBCPS employees, and they offer opportunities to adapt current systems, the PBIS framework, with the goals of improving efficiency and enhancing data decision-making. Also noted in the report, a high percentage of school staff utilizing Tier 2 practices do know how to identify students in need, request assistance, and select appropriate supports for our students. These higher rates of agreement correlate with the quality professional learning provided to school staff over the past few years. Additionally, the team has maintained a collection of asynchronous modules accessible to all employees that address specific elements of Tier 2 interventions and supports. School teams can access these on an as-needed basis for continued learning, and multiple staff within the Office of Student Support Services will be sharing these resources in future professional learning activities, obviously to increase access and usage. Finally, the PBIS coaching team has provided and will continue to provide professional learning activities to build the capacity of our school-based teams to implement Tier 2 interventions specific to their student populations. So this concludes our comments for the evening. Dr. Bell, Coordinator of Psychological Services, Mrs. Caitlin Buckles, PBIS Specialist, Dr. Bach, and myself are ready to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Ms. Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. You had mentioned bus drivers. That's one thing I forgot to ask about in the PPMC meeting. So they have a very unique situation. Not only do they have the students that they're that in charge of, but then they also have to drive and follow rules of the road. So I'm just curious, what is PBIS uniquely different for bus drivers in terms of what their guidelines, their roles? You know,
Well, no, well, please know, the guidelines, the rules, they don't change. You
Okay,
know, there are
but-
student expectations.
Well, I'm just
and
saying,
set
you've got a situation where you got to focus on the road and
Right.
then also have,
But
you
at
know.
the same time, there are moments where we've all seen, you know, a bus driver acknowledges what they see a student do. Like acts of, depending on your school, acts of kindness.
Sure.
Acts of respect, courtesy to others. And whatever system is already in place in the building, bus drivers merely wanted to be a part of that. So especially at the elementary level, if there's a coupon, if there's a token, if there's something that could be earned,
Mhm.
it doesn't have to only be earned in a classroom.
Right.
or in a
Well, I
hallway.
love that you brought up
So
the bus drivers.
That's
Yeah.
for bus drivers, and in the
That's-
cafeteria, the same thing
yeah,
applies.
mhm. Very interesting. I'd love to see kind of how that looks
Yes,
in
ma'am.
terms of their role.
Ms. Melnick. Excuse me, Ms. Martin first.
I'm trying to take a deep dive into this, being a new board member and then sitting on discipline committees. I support PBIS to a point. It's Pavlovian. It works when we reinforce positive behavior. And I understand there's equity issues, there's restraint and seclusion issues. We heard from Ms. Lindy last month about teacher concerns over violence in the classroom, over teacher safety. What I don't see in this recommendation is something focused on the students, right? As a parent, I get that student code of conduct, I sign it, my student signed it. Do we really read it? Maybe. PowerPoint would be great. TikToks would be even better on that part. But what I want us to think about, and one thing Ms. Franklin and I have discussed is what I would call our frequent flyer program, and that is not a great thing to be in. With ODS, if you score a certain point, you're in the pool, automatic application generated. Let's apply that to discipline and say, okay, if you've had 4 discipline incidents in a semester, you're automatically enrolled in an SRT support program, right? Because what we want to do is really nip these things in the bud. I love positive supports, but I also think maybe the pendulum went a little too far. And we've got to think about not OSS, not out of your comprehensive school, but how can we better activate ISS as a deterrent? Do we say ISS applies for even minor infractions, right? Not detention, not loss of lunch, but you're ISS for a day. You don't get to see your friends in class. And I think those are some things that we ought to look at on the student side to get in front of these frequent flyer sort of situation, if that makes sense. I do support the program. When I look at these recommendations, I see PR and PD. And I know the student side is addressed in SEL curriculum. But I want to see a little bit more accountability for students that I'm seeing in discipline committees as they come to us, if that makes sense.
It does. If I may clarify a few pieces. So from a disciplinary guideline standpoint, that has been established that there will be consequences when students violate the student code of conduct. To your point, if we are to see multiple referrals, multiple consequences being rendered to a student based on what act, they committed, that's what school teams are currently doing. To your initial point of, once you reach a certain point or even a threshold, decision rules are made in each building that, you know what, if you ever do one of these things, we're going to need to have you to speak with the school counselor. Or if we get to a point where we're seeing I won't use the word necessarily pattern, but a consistent violation of the student code of conduct, middle school level, I'm looking at choices. I'm looking at a corrective action plan, and I'm trying to put some things in place so that we don't continue to see that same,
One thing I'm seeing in discipline committee is parents aren't aware of choices, or they lost the email, they didn't get the letter in time. Certainly not aware of SRT support. So I think we do need to do a better job, not only educating our teachers and staff, but letting parents know, look, yes, your student committed an infraction, there is going to be discipline, but we're ready to wrap around you. And I know there's a cost, right? I get that part, but I think we've got to address frequent flyers in multiple ways, in a different way than maybe PBIS is doing.
So understood. I again would only share that this is the framework by which we make decisions. It's not dictating the actions that we take.
Okay.
And so with that in mind, I agree with you. And we work hand in hand with school leadership regularly at this point in regards to how are we going to respond to the multiple discipline infractions for certain students. Yeah. And so whether that's, to your point, communicating all the resources more broadly, as well as reinforcing what's been shared with principals about the options that they have available, that's an ongoing process through league meetings as well as some of the other meetings that we have. So thank you. We agree.
Yeah, I want to see some more student engagement in code of conduct, sort of empower them to, maybe our student leaders sort of empower them daily to remind their fellow students, hey, let's train some student leaders in PBIS so they can interact with their peers and reinforce that behavior as well.
I'm sorry, you're just teeing things up. So where were we yesterday? Corporate Landing Elementary School as an example. They have, at the lunchroom, there's a dolphin approach. And at each lunchroom table, there are 2 dolphins. There's a cafeteria monitor that knows when they see maybe the volume's getting a little loud. Mm-hmm. They walk over, and you might lose a dolphin. And they're going to share with the table collectively what was the reason for me taking this dolphin. Can you earn the dolphin back? Yes. How do you earn it back? By seeing the behaviors that we need to see. Can you earn a 3rd dolphin? Yes. Where did this all come from? Students saying they wanted to be reinforced with behaviors that they're supposed to be doing. So wholeheartedly agree with you. Just saw that in person yesterday.
Awesome. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Manning.
Thank you. So I thoroughly reviewed this whole evaluation, and one thing that wasn't discussed in the presentation that I think is one of the most important aspects of data that's been provided here is Table 14. I assume you probably can't pull that up. It's Table 14. It's on page 22 of the evaluation. And it gives us some insight as to how teachers and administrators and staff believe that PBIS practices are working or are not working. And I have a couple of observations here that I want to ask your input on. So what I'm seeing here is that teachers are saying it's not working, administrators are saying it's working. So for example, PBIS practices improve school safety to a larger moderate extent. Teachers in middle school say 40% 48% of the teachers agree with that. 85% of administrators agree with that. That is a huge disparity. And that's pretty much the same throughout this document, except in high school, a vast majority of teachers, administrators, and instructional staff believe it's not working, according to how I'm interpreting this data. So my first question for you is, what is the cause of this disconnect between teachers' perceptions and administrators' perceptions?
Great question. I think the first thing to point out is that that first or cell of that table, top left column or top left corner, is specifically addressing school safety. So when we say, is PBIS working, that's a very broad stroke versus bringing it to a specific concept of school safety. And the concept of school safety is going to involve multiple pieces. And when I share that, I do believe, to answer your question, that what administrators are seeing from a structural standpoint, they do believe it's making a difference. That we have expectations, we're having our assemblies about student behavior, we're addressing concerns as they come up. To then your point in your question, teachers, from a school safety standpoint, they may not see that that's yielding the results that we actually need. For example, I think there was a scenario brought up earlier about a teacher who's in a room with a student who's throwing a desk, or a teacher in a room where we have to clear things out. I do believe that there are certain expectations of what PBIS as a framework is going to be able to do. And then there's still work for us to do as staff as to what our responses will be to bridge that gap. So I think structurally, administrators feel we have some good practices in place. Teachers clearly are stating we need more. So this is an opportunity for us to have that conversation, continue the conversation, teacher forum, teacher assembly, and learn what we can do better.
So this isn't just school safety, it's also, in my opinion, the purpose of PBIS is to help improve student behavior. Would you agree?
I do.
So in here, it says middle school teachers, only 43% believe that PBIS improves student behavior. Only 37% of high school teachers. And I see these numbers every year, and in my opinion, it's getting worse, not better. These numbers that I'm seeing from how teachers feel. And I'm seeing in teacher exit surveys as well. Teachers that are leaving our division are specifically referencing PBIS as one of the reasons that they think student discipline problems are out of control and why they're leaving our division. And I don't think, one of the recommendations is here is more professional learning for teachers. I don't think that's the answer. I've been looking at PBIS, I've been talking about PBIS, talking to teachers since in the 7 years I've been on this board. And I still keep coming to the same conclusions that PBIS is not working. I have not seen any data since I've been on this board to show that PBIS is improving student behavior. And this table here tells me quite the opposite. So if there's any data that our division has that shows that this $500,000 that we're spending on this program is improving student behavior, I'd really like to see it.
Ms. Brown. Mrs. Brown.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to table 14 in a minute, but I have some questions about the data metrics. So is the data driving the recommendations self-reported data solely?
We also looked at the TFI data, the Tiered Fidelity Inventory, which is the assessment of the fidelity towards the PBIS practices, as well as survey data.
All right. So, sorry, I took my notes in more than one spot. So one of the recommendations is to continue to pilot Synergy multi-tiered systems of support product in 23-24. So that seems to indicate to me that these surveys the students are taking are individually identifiable. Is that correct? So, I mean, how could you tie it to them in synergy and identify them?
If I can clarify. Sure. So two separate initiatives there. So the
Okay.
survey responses, Dr. Bach can speak to that. But the synergy module, that's a new resource that we are bringing in for the division that will allow schools, from an efficiency standpoint, to move away from paper and operate within our student information system to essentially say which interventions a student is receiving and then progress monitor their performance while receiving said intervention. So that's separate from attaching them to a specific survey response here.
Okay, okay. Now, are those surveys identifiable?
No.
Okay.
So this, for PBIS, it was part of the annual survey, which was not student identifiable.
Okay. All right, that's all I have on that part. But, you know, I do see, you know, much as Ms. Manning had mentioned some concerns, you know, so PBIS does seek to change the behaviors of the students. And, you know, even before I was on this board, I heard a lot of concerns about PBIS from teachers, about student discipline from teachers. And I know that we're saying that they're separate, but I don't really know that we can, I can't really say that they're separate. And, you know, I always try to seek information from other avenues to get that same snapshot. So, you know, when I was looking at, you know, Ms. Manning looked at our exit surveys, I was looking at our superintendent responses from teachers. And discipline and lack of accountability for students came up multiple times from our teachers. Let's see, quote, discipline of students is ridiculous. Students who are consistently disruptive, verbally and physically abusive are never held accountable. Another quote, as an elementary school educator, we need discipline reform for out-of-control behaviors in our classrooms. Another quote, additional support within schools to support teachers that are dealing with multiple behaviors. They're impeding the safety and education of the rest of our students. Our staff are not safe. Students are acting with physical aggression and there's zero accountability. From our students, they say to be kind and treat others the way you want to be treated, but I would like people to be disciplined for the actions they create. Make bullying rules stricter, too many surveys, I fill in the bubbles and want to be left alone about it. So I'm a little bit also, I'm concerned that at times that these surveys, and I've heard this from a lot of students, you know, that they just sort of scribble in answers, and I don't know that I, from the student perspective, can rely on it as much when I know from my student and his peers that that's how they get the surveys completed quickly. And then back to table 14, you know, I do see this metric, PBIS practices improve student behavior to a large or moderate extent. 37% of high school teachers agree, 43% of middle, 54% of elementary. Again, I don't have any problem with positivity, but I do think that this has swung a little bit too far. I believe our teachers are professionals. I think that they will naturally implement positivity within their classrooms for the most part. But, you know, I also don't know that there's more professional training needed, you know, so the teachers don't think it's working, so do more training. I don't know if that's the angle I want to be taking personally, but I just was curious, though, also about the identifiable portion. I want to make sure we're protecting student data. Thank you.
Ms. Melnick.
Okay, so I try to think logically about anything that we do, and thank you to our teachers and everyone else who is doing this with fidelity. I love that word, and I think it's really important in this. But let's be honest, there is no magic pill for discipline in our schools, and I think we lose sight of what PBIS really is, the spirit of PBIS. as someone who's in a school almost every day, I can tell you there are things that work there because it is a spirit. It is not every time I see somebody being good, I'm handing a B ticket. That's not exactly what happens. It is not what happens. But what I have seen personally is, and I'm seeing things in an elementary school that I never saw in my 17 years in the classroom. I get that. We're in a really weird place right now. But it does bring something, and there is accountability, and kids do look at somebody else who isn't doing things maybe the way that they should be doing. But there's also a parent piece here too. And there are behaviors at home that are spilling into schools. We're seeing parents angry in schools. We see parents yelling at teachers. We see parents yelling at administrators. We see police having to be called to schools because of things that are happening. And that is also what's being modeled for our students. And so I'm not going to jump to a conclusion based on some of these numbers. It was not 100% participation. And look, a lot of our teachers are going to say, gosh, it's just another thing. But it's a program that takes years and years to build. And I see it. And I wish that more people could actually see it and visit it and live it and not necessarily just ask somebody, do you like it? Because there are a lot of positive points to PBIS.
Ms. Franklin?
Well, and I just wanted to just ask your opinion on this. I mean, PBIS and discipline are not mutually exclusive. I mean, they're both used in a division to provide means to ensure that our kids are getting educated, right?
Correct.
So we use both PBIS and we use discipline to enact the ability for our classrooms and our students to learn. So it's not like we are saying one or the other. I think that both have to be utilized in a division. And so, and I actually have to say that, you know, I've talked to Dr. Robertson a lot about this. You know, you go into the elementary schools and the parents, the kids are engaged, they're involved. They seem happy to be there. They're respectful, mostly respectful of their teachers. And then, you know, something happens, and I've been talking about this since I've been on the board. What happens between that transition between elementary and middle school? So I've been really working on, you know, trying to figure that out because, you know, the parent participation drops off, the kids, change. A lot of that is puberty. You know, someone just said, you know, they're going through puberty at that time. And so that is partly a big change in behavior and attitude and some of that lack of enthusiasm that might start happening in middle school. So yeah, I mean, I think, you know, this is a really interesting conversation to me because I think that there are a lot of different elements that go into figuring out what is that secret formula, right? Of being able to have these students be able to encourage positive behavior and also prevent discipline. And I think that, you know, as we continue to have these discussions, it's that I'm 100% invested in these discussions because there is something magical in elementary school. You know, I go to visit a lot of elementary schools, and then, you know, when I went to visit one of the middle schools, you know, I asked the students, what is it that you feel like we could do better? What do you love about it? And they said, we want more ranch dressing. I mean, those are the kind of answers that, you know, that we are getting. So I think that we have to figure out what that secret sauce is. And I'm sure that we would be rich if we figured that out. But I think it's a continual massaging of trying to figure out what works and how we use both interactively to enhance learning and student behavior. So that's just my thoughts.
If I may add to that a few of those points. One, they do go hand in hand, right? And there's going to be discussions of how are we making decisions to support students. That is one of the main points here regarding the framework. that is PBIS. There then is that expectation that if you're going to implement this, that we should see some improvement, right? So there's going to be these, not polarity, but there's some sides to that. At the same time, there are decisions that this framework holds us accountable to make. So I welcome anyone to go to Bayside 6. And when you see behaviors at an elementary school, the feeder patterns into Bayside 6, and then when students are at Bayside 6, what do you see? What do you observe? And I will tell you that many of the things that you would observe come from having committed to this framework. Say at Larkspur Middle School, Dr. Singletary Johnson. There were decisions that had to be made going into the beginning of this school year to address student behaviors in the hallway. So although we're implementing PBIS, we still had staff saying, we're not yielding the results that we want to see. There were decisions made by the staff that we trust and believe in to where she does not have as many, nowhere near as many, and she'll tell you if you ask, the number of incidents in her hallways. But that took a change in behavior in students, took a change in behavior of staff to establish some new expectations. So yes, we have a framework that's helping us make decisions. There are examples that are out there of how this is successful. And at the same time, we're building to get more of the results that we want of changes in behavior. That also is going to take additional resources and staff, additional resources and programs in order for us to be more responsive.
I need to add something to to Larkspur, because I've been going there for years and taught there for the last 19 years of my career. So I know what Larkspur is about, and, and how it takes strong administrators in different schools, different strokes for different folks, basically. And walking around in her school with her this year, and which is that school now, is like night and day. And that's my school. I lived there for 19 years, up and down those halls. And just what you're saying is that she listened to teachers, she listened to students, she listened to parents. In that short time she's been there, now this was at least a month ago that I've been there 3 times already this year. But just seeing from the moment I walked in, which was the work week, and then a month ago, it's like, it started even that first work week. But walking around with her during the school day and seeing her interact with the students and the teachers was amazing. It was like a whole different school, the atmosphere. So, it's different, like you said, different administrators, different teachers handle things different ways, and you're gonna have to come together and share. You have to share what you see, and that's the first thing she asked. What do we need to do? She got feedback from everyone, and so it has definitely made a difference. So I'm glad you brought her up, because it's just, you have to see the before and after to be able to see it. So, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Culpepper.
Thank you. First off, thank you. It was a good brief, and I appreciate it. But the first thing that jumped out at me here was you have 8 goals listed in here, right? And none of them are improved student discipline or something to that effect. Decreased student referrals or something like that. Totally understand that there's more than just discipline involved in PBIS, but that certainly seems to be the core product we're all looking for, and to see an improvement in, and it's not even listed as a goal. It strikes me as a disconnect. So I don't beat the dead horse too badly here. I'll only really say one other thing, which kind of goes into what I am concerned is a big disconnect. When you were talking, the biggest thing that jumped out at me was your story about cutting referrals for a group of African American students in half. And that's laudable. My concern is it might not be true, right? Because cutting student referrals doesn't necessarily mean that discipline correspondingly improved. It just means they didn't get referred. And some of these, the comments we're hearing from teachers, from school board president, or excuse me, the Virginia Beach School Association, what's the name of it? VBA. VBA president here the other day, speaking on behalf of all the teachers here, complaining about student discipline. So those things feel like a big disconnect to me. So I don't think this can't work. I mean, but largely to me, PBIS is what I call leadership. And I don't think it's absent in our teachers and our principals. And so I question a little bit whether or not this program is actually getting in the way of what our people would normally do to affect discipline. I'm not sure about that yet. I'm just dubious at the moment. I'm just relaying to you my concerns and what I'm looking for in a process trying to make a decision about this. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
I began to wonder about the response rate, and I didn't ask this when you all presented it at the PPM committee, but 1,578 teachers responded system-wide out of, 5,000 teachers? So as a teacher who has been there, who has walked the walk, who has been very frustrated over discipline, when you send a child to the office because of an infraction, and then 20 minutes later somebody walks them back to your classroom and they say, "He's settled down now." And then 15 minutes later you see the same thing going on, that you just sent the child to the office for. So that's called frustration on the teacher's side. At the same time, you're like, what am I doing wrong? Why can't this child behave with me? I just want to teach. I have objectives and goals that I need to get through today, and I just want to be able to teach without being interrupted constantly. And so 1,578 teachers responded, and I wonder how many of them were frustrated at the time that they took this survey. I'm not saying that that's all of them, that's the only people who respond, but I can tell you that I remember walking down the hallway. I remember exactly how I felt the day that I said, I'm going to retire and run for school board. It's called double frustration, triple frustration of things that were happening that I wanted to see changes for. But I think, I'm not saying that PBIS is not working, because I do see results in some schools where it is working. And thank you for bringing up Allenton, because I was there for 27 years, and I can tell you it is a microcosm of society. There are kids who come from multi-million-dollar homes and students who come from welfare, okay? And then there's the in-betweens as well. So it's a huge, it's like having society right there, okay? So for them to have the results that they're getting because they've implemented PBIS, you have to have a buy-in for the entire staff. And if you don't have an entire staff buy-in on this, it's really not going to work. So they've implemented it now. I think they're in their third year, I believe, at Allenton. About 3 years. So I'm not saying that everybody who took this survey was frustrated, but it could be that there's a large proportion of teachers who had sent students to the office. 20 minutes later, the student's back in their class, and they're very frustrated because they have the same things going on. But it takes patience and understanding and fidelity, sticking with it too, to make this work. But so I'm not saying that it doesn't work, because the alternative right now is to throw this out the window and just be completely negative on everything. I don't think that's what people want either, and I know that's what teachers don't want. So, I just want to say thank you, and I do believe we need to give this more time. You get more with sugar and honey than you do with negativity. Than you do with salt and vinegar, I can tell you that. So I'm under the understanding that let's give this a little bit more time. Let's continue working with this, because I certainly don't want to just be negative and just, we certainly are never going to go back to the days where you send a kid to the office and they get paddled. Remember those days? That happened too in my time. So yeah.
So,
Okay,
Thank
thank you. Ms. Weems?
Mr. Jameson, will you refresh my memory? How long have we been doing this? What year did we start PBIS?
Ooh, that initial grant was 2012, if I remember correctly.
2012? Okay, and only 4 high schools, I mean, it started at the elementary level, correct? And then we moved to the middle school, although
That-
was it middle school,
That
elementary?
initial group had a cross-section of
Okay.
schools.
Because almost all of our middle schools already through tier 2.
Correct, because
We
we
only
then
have,
did the 5 cohorts.
right,
correct.
we only have 4 high schools. Refresh my memory of how those high schools were chosen.
It wasn't a matter of selection, it was a matter of being responsive to school needs. With chronic absenteeism, on-time graduation rate, high schools, in conversations with Dr. Brower and Mr. Delaney, there were some who were implementing all aspects, as was evident in their TFI. So those 4 schools are the ones that reported. The other 8, they still were implementing parts of the PBIS framework, but not to the same level as those 4. So for this evaluation, it was those 4 who made that decision, who were then a part of the data that you see. It was not a selection process.
Okay, so it's, okay. And, I do think that there's something in between this and going all negative. I don't think that if you don't prescribe to a certain program like this, that you have to go all negative, and I don't think that our teachers would do that, or our administrators. I just wanted to add that, because, like Mr. Culpepper said, a lot of it has to do with leadership. We've got great teachers, and they've been positive forever. I mean, you know, some people use more positive reinforcement than others, but I don't think that if we don't support certain programs, that all of a sudden our school system and all of our teachers are gonna go negative.
Okay, Dr. Robertson?
Yeah, so, listen, I appreciate the commentary. It sounds very familiar to a conversation that we had about 3 weeks ago when we looked at this same evaluation draft. The data is perplexing at parts because, you know, if you look at table 14, clearly it paints a picture that it's not moving the needle at all. If you flip back one page to table 13, it's a little more favorable in terms of students and teachers responding, but still it's a bit perplexing. I think that more work in general about student behavior and addressing student behavior needs to be done. We have given the message to schools this year that they are to enforce the code of conduct, period. And I even briefed the board and said that could result in some more parents being upset that their kids have been disciplined. We looked at our discipline data from the first quarter, which was higher than it was the previous couple of years, not by much, but it was higher. But it was roughly about 14% of the students in the division have received a referral. And of those 14%, it was about 6% who had received more than 2, if I'm remembering the data. So we still have a small percentage of kids, to Ms. Martin's point, those frequent flyers. That's where you kick into the SRT processes and things like that. Because what we want to do is teach the appropriate behavior, which is what we would do when we're trying to teach content. So we appreciate the points that you guys have made because we're having some of the same discussions. I'll tell you that a conversation with Mr. Delaney, Mr. Jameson, and Dr. Brower last year resulted in us shifting high school. PBS in high schools in 9th grade and 12th grade. 9th grade is about setting the expectations for how you behave when you come to high school, that transition piece. You and I have talked a lot about that. And 12th grade is you got to focus on your academics and get to the finish line because come May or June, if you're flunking, you flunked. We can't save you. So we made that adjustment based upon comments that we heard from principals, from teachers, from this group, and we'll continue to do that.
Mr. Callen?
I've discovered that my role here on the board is to find opportunities to lower the intellectual bar. So with that in mind, as my disclaimer for what follows, I turned the page on all of these PBIS-related comments, and there's an accompanying research paper that Dr. Robertson just referenced, and then the PowerPoint notes. And for the first time, I'm awash in the use of the word fidelity. And I hear from some of my associates that they really like this word. But when I think of fidelity, I think of faithfulness and loyalty and things of that nature. And when I'm not sure, I go to the Google dictionary and says, yeah, it's faithfulness and loyalty. But I see sprinkled throughout this report on slide 3, there's a tiered fidelity inventory. Oh, I wonder what that is. Next slide. There's a place where you might reach high fidelity. Sounds good, but I'm not sure what it means. And then I go to slide 5 and it says, now when PBS is implemented with fidelity, and I stop and finally say, what do you mean when you use the term fidelity? Because back here it says change in fidelity for element. You can change. I admit, I don't know what it means. So part of the understanding of the report is just understanding the terminology and the seemingly significant usage of this one particular word. So guide me, Coach.
Well said. One, and I will, and Ms. Buckles is welcome to come up as well. So with fidelity, there are many times probably in your life, right? I'll use my own example. I'm going to go mow the lawn. I'm going to go rake the leaves. Okay. If you go outside and the lawn looks like it really wasn't raked, did I rake the lawn with fidelity? You might gauge that.
Sounds like a friend.
Right? So it could be different ways. You said that, oh, there's layers to this, right? So you might go out and make an assessment of you didn't do anything. So you have a low fidelity score. You might come out and look at my lawn and say, look, about half these leaves are gone. You probably have like a mid fidelity score. You could come out and say, did you have help doing this? How did you knock this out that quickly? I just raked my lawn, the leaves on my lawn, with high fidelity. Those are the 3 ways that you could look at that. So now bring that to school. I'm implementing a behavior matrix in my classroom. Well, I can say that I'm doing it, but I may not actually be doing that with fidelity. I may not ever reference it. It's on the wall and it looks great, right? There's some really engaging photos there.
Before you continue,
So
though,
I'm gonna
let me
explain what
ask you
matrix
what
is.
you mean by the use of the
I'm right
word
there with you,
fidelity.
sir. So I'm going to say that there are certain expectations in my classroom. And there's a lovely acronym, SOAR, PRIDE, whatever it might be, that these are the 5 behaviors I'm supposed to see. As a teacher, I'll say, I'm implementing these expectations, this behavior matrix, in my classroom. You may come to my classroom 25 times in a row, and I may never reference that chart. Therefore, that's a low fidelity score. Make sense?
Not really.
If every day I'm holding students accountable for what these expectations are, then I'm implementing something with higher fidelity.
But it seems as though it's a utilization of a word that is applied in many different scenarios, and we're just squeezing it into this one.
And that's where I think we could have a deeper conversation of the framework itself asks for things to be done with fidelity. We're not choosing this word. It's a part of the framework itself. And so if you're doing things consistently, we can switch it up and say with integrity, then you're doing them well.
Or with consistency?
I said both, right.
Yeah, I mean, does that help? Fidelity is your, your buzzword that goes with this program. So that's the word that you've chosen for consistency.
We have not, I want to keep clarifying.
Maybe not you, but
Right.
what the program has.
The framework does
That's the
ask for
framework
us to use.
the program includes. So that's why fidelity is used.
Correct.
Okay.
Are you remaining faithful to what you believe
Right.
needs to be done? Therefore, if you do believe in it and doing it with fidelity, you would see it consistently and you would see it throughout multiple parts of your system.
I can say, when I was talking about that one particular principal at Larkspur, she does it with fidelity. Very consistent. There wasn't anything she missed as we walked those halls. Okay, so are we good? All right, thank you so much. We appreciate this. Yes, I need to have Mr. Andrus come back up because he has something that he wants to share with us, don't you?
cannot get rid of me quite that easily. So I realized towards the end of the discussion that I think you may have had the wrong version of the legislative agenda in front of you, and I'm not entirely sure how that happened, but I wanted to clarify a couple of things. So here's the correct version. So it was consistent with my presentation, but I don't think totally consistent with the what you saw on paper. So a couple things. One, Ms. Weems, I think for the recovery school language still probably needs to be added back in. And Ms. Manning, if you would take a close look at the school division innovation section of the legislative agenda, I think it's probably a little bit different than what you were seeing on the version that you had. So I think that might hopefully also address some confusion that may have been out there, because I think what I was presenting maybe was not totally matching.
So where do we need to turn to see the difference? If
So
you
there, right now,
could
there's.
direct
there-
us to the page.
Yeah, so right now, there is no part of the recovery school in here, so we'll need to add that in. And then if
Right.
you look at the very,
But the question that Mrs. Manning had about the language.
Still there.
Is it
It's-
still-
It's still there. It's the same thing that, yeah.
I'm sorry, which line, make sure I'm,
The next to the last
oh yeah, I'm sorry,
page.
the last sentence. Okay, yeah, you're right, I'm sorry about that. I thought that was part of another part of it, so I apologize for that. So, yeah. Because that section got significantly changed to reflect school divisions of innovation as opposed to lab schools. I think when you're talking about lab schools, that was probably what threw me off on that, so apologize. Yeah. Is it the same? Because I think what
It's
it
the
is the same what you
same-
had.
it's the
Okay,
same
because
as
I
what we
think
had.
what you mentioned before too was that I don't think I'd put in information about the recovery school in here. Is that
It's not the same wording that Carolyn gave us,
Okay,
but
all right.
it's in there.
okay? If that's the case, then I apologize. There was confusion because I thought that what I had was slightly okay. All right, ignore me then. So I apologize. I apparently did. Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you for trying to get that correct,
I
and
know.
we will be discussing this more.
So okay.
Okay?
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Okay, so we're now on E, salary resolution. Welcome Crystal Pate, our Chief Financial Officer.
So good evening, Chairwoman Wiggs, Vice Chairwoman Weems, school board members, Dr. Robertson. The salary resolution before you this evening adjusts the salary scales for the instructional experience-based step scale and the unified experience-based pay scale to incorporate the 2% compensation increase effective January 1st, 2024. As you recall, based on the state's final budget for the fiscal year 23-24, there was additional funding from the state available for compensation related to SOQ positions. We recommended in the resolution to provide a 2% compensation increase to employees of the division. And as a school board, you approved the resolution, and city council subsequently approved to appropriate this additional funding to the school division for this purpose. Human Resources prepared these two salary scales, which established the revised compensation for the division. This resolution provides the authorization for administration to implement the salary schedules. It is a public document that our employees and the community can reference, and it will be posted on our website. The funds to support the information contained in the resolution will be included in the various funds and cost centers of our amended FY 23-24 operating budget. This resolution only requires school board approval. City council approval is not needed. And with that, Ms. Woodhouse is here with me and will be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Ms. Owens?
I assume I already know the answer to this question, and this is probably more for Ms. Woodhouse, but for either. It's on information today, so it'll be on action next meeting in December. Is that going to be sufficient time for payroll to move forward with January
It
checks?
is, we've, and she can speak more to you, that we've already had them prepare everything and
That's what I
everything's ready to go.
Sounds good, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, great. All right, thank you so much. We're going to move on to no more public comments. Consent agenda. The consent agenda includes A, resolution, the Human Rights Month, and Mr. Callen will read that in just a few minutes. Textbook adoptions. One, parenting and early learning careers. Two, teen living, grades 6, 7, and 8. And we're moving C, we've taken C off and put that on the action as C. Okay. Are there any objections to the school board voting on the consent agenda as items as presented? Miss Franklin?
Yes, I would like to request that we move the B, textbook adoptions, to action so that I can just make an update to the board.
Right, and that was your email that you had sent and you didn't get your answer yet.
Well, I didn't via email, but I did talk to.
Okay, but all of us probably could use that.
Could want
Yep.
the information, yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
so say that one more time.
So I request that we move B, 14B from the consent agenda to 15D of the action.
Okay, are we all okay with that? Or do we need a second? I don't think that's I think it's just a request.
Yeah.
Is everybody okay with that? No,
So,
it's not on
point
consent, we
of-
don't have to. Mm-mm.
Second.
We're all in agreement, okay? I don't think we need that for consent, but, no. So, okay, so we're gonna do that. So go ahead.
We need to vote on changing the agenda.
I was going to say because we voted on Ms. Manning.
Ms. Linetti, because it's a consent agenda, do we need, Mrs. Franklin wants to move consent agenda number 14, B, both 1 and 2, to E on action.
I believe the change to your
Or D.
bylaw, and don't quote me off the top of which bylaw number it is, was that when somebody asked to move consent, that you were going to just go ahead and move it to consent because that gives you the opportunity to discuss. It doesn't take it off the agenda, it just gives you the opportunity to discuss, which consent does. So that was the understanding, was that when asked, you would move it.
We
Obviously,
need to vote. Do we need a motion and a second and vote?
I think at this point, because you did adopt the agenda and it wasn't changed at the beginning of the agenda, you probably do need to vote on it on there. But your general concept is that if you ask for doing consent, that the board would agree to move it to consent to give you the opportunity to discuss it.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mrs. Franklin, a second by Mrs. Brown. And is there any more discussion on this? Seeing none, all that are in favor of moving 14B, 1 and 2, to 15E.
D.
D, why do I keep saying E? D, I don't have it in front of my face. Please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we're gonna go back to, yeah, we've got to read the resolution,
Madam
but I
Chair, you
have
need
to, but I, first I have to, we
Motion
have
and
to
a
vote
second.
on, we have to, excuse me, we have to take a motion and a second, and then he reads it, okay? So. All right, moved by Mrs. Manning, seconded by Mrs. Owens. All are in favor. Please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass.
Right, okay, now, yeah, we were supposed to read it before, but I'm gonna, Mr. Callen, please read it. You're on.
Whereas Human Rights Day is observed every year on December 10th, which is the day the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. And whereas in 2023, Human Rights Day is focusing on how rights are the beginning of peace within societies and a way to create a fairer society for future generations. And whereas Human Rights Month is a time to come together and remember that human rights are universal rights and that everyone should be treated with respect and be free from discrimination. And whereas human rights are at the core of the division's strategic framework, core values, teaching and learning framework, and educational equity policy, as in the absence of human dignity, we cannot hope to accomplish our mission to empower every student to become a lifelong learner who is a responsible, productive, and engaged citizen within the global community. And whereas the school board of the City of Virginia Beach is a positive advocate for the human rights of every member of our school division. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Virginia Beach officially recognizes the month of December 2023 as Human Rights Month. And be it further resolved that the school board of the City of Virginia Beach encourages participation and solidarity in the various school and local activities during Human Rights Month. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board, adopted by the school board of the City of Virginia Beach this 28th day of November, 2023.
Thank you. Okay, now we are moving to action 15, personnel report, administrative appointments. Dr. Robertson, I call for a motion to approve the November 28th, 2023 personnel report and administrative appointments. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Melnick and seconded by Mrs. Franklin. Is there any discussion on these appointments? Seeing none, all that are in favor, please raise your hands.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass.
Okay, now, Dr. Robertson, are there any administrative appointments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased that you've accepted our recommendation that Anthony Travato, currently an administrative assistant at Glenwood and Kempsville Elementary Schools, will be the next assistant principal at Glenwood Elementary School. And Anthony will be with us in our next meeting.
Thank you. So that brings us to B, Policy Review Committee, the PRC recommendations for bylaw 1-36 open meetings.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, School Board members, and Dr. Robertson. Again, I'm Cami Linetti, School Board Attorney. On behalf of the Policy Review Committee, I'm bringing forward a continuing discussion on bylaw 136 and bylaw 147. And because they're bylaws that require more votes than an action would allow, so we have them on the action agenda. So that's why they're separated. Now, we've talked about bylaw 136 before. One of the reasons, bylaw 136 is open meetings and closed meetings, and one of the areas that it deals with, in particular focus for us, was having to do with electronic meetings and remote participation meetings, and we needed to update this particular bylaw to match some changes in the law, and that led us into some other discussions. So let's take a look at the sections we needed to update. Under Section C, which is electronic communications during declared states of emergency, electronic communication meetings. This is where it's a truly electronic meeting. None of us are here. We're all in remote locations. We are not, some of us here, some of us out of there. More than a quorum is not in one location. That's an electronic meeting. Again, they're limited to declared states of an emergency. The change here we noted was that it could be the governor called it or the City of Virginia Beach calls it. So you can have local emergencies, adding that to the first paragraph in C. And we needed to change some down in C6, which arranges for the public to access the meeting, not necessarily observe it, but access it, because it could be through listening if we can't see it, through electronic means. And the last sentence is important, that provide the public with the opportunity to comment at those meetings when public comment is customarily received. That is an amendment to the statutes that had to be included. We had not updated that. That moves us to Section D, which is remote location participation meetings. Remote participation means a quorum of you are assembled in one location and other members of the school board are not, and they're trying to remote in or telephone call into the participation. The focus we had the first section was temporary or permanent disability or other medical condition that prevents physical attendance. So one of the conversations we had is we had a limitation on this initiative that was only to temporary or permanent disability or medical condition of the school board member themselves. The statute also was amended a number of years ago, allows you to include medical conditions for family members on there. We had not added that provision to it, so we had a discussion on it. The question, the first time we brought it back is, what do you mean by family member? We went ahead and looked at this, the PRC. So it will now read, a medical condition of a member of the school board member's family requires the school board member to provide care that prevents the school board member's physical attendance. A member of a school board member's family will follow the definition, and I think we follow the definition of a family member set forth in Regulation 555.1, which is our regulation that goes with our Policy and Family Medical Leave Act as amended, or the Medical Leave Act as amended. 455.1 clarifies parent and child, which are not as clear in the Family Medical Leave Act. So those are where we're going to pull whatever the state law is, Family Medical Leave, that we would approve for an employee. That will be the same rules that we use for family members. Down in subsection D1C, we clarify the school board members to participate. A school board member's ability to remotely participate due to temporary, physical, or permanent disability or other medical condition of the school board member or family member, and then we just divided those out into sections because it wasn't as clear. That moves us over to section 2. This is personal matter prevents physical attendance. We just call this personal reasons. This is not related to a medical condition. A medical condition, you have unlimited ability to go out for medical reasons, and then you have under, this is D1, medical conditions, there is a way for the school board to determine a person has been out too long and limit them, but otherwise you have unlimited ability to do that. Personal reasons, the state statute can do 2 meetings or 25%, whichever more. We had a long discussion, how do we determine 25%? If you're adding meetings during the year, it's a moving 25% target. So we were looking at that at PRC. One of the things we did have to correct is change it to, it's now on a calendar year as the statute requires, so we went it from January 1st instead of our fiscal year, which is July 1. So that changes to C to recommend it. The recommendation of the PRC is that it will now read, during a calendar year, January 1 through December 31, a school board member will be limited to remote participation for personal reasons to 3 meetings for school board meetings and 3 meetings each for every school board committee that the school board member is assigned to serve on. And then we were striking out the 25% that was proposed. We decided that was just simply too hard to do it. We thought 3 was a reasonable compromise. In section D, it will read, once a school board member has participated remotely 3 times, for that calendar year, under the subsection, the chair or the designee will inform the school board no further remote participation will be in. There's a clarification down in section 4 that no more than 2 school board members can be in the same remote location during a meeting unless the remote location is open to the public to physically access it. That has always been a part of the statute. We simply didn't include that in there. So that means if 2 of you are at the VSBA conference and you're calling in together, we have to notice that, and the public would have to be allowed into your hotel room or wherever it was you were meeting. We've added section 2, section 2 on there, section 8 on there, all the way, we've added a new paragraph. Electronic communication means used for a meeting will allow the public to hear all the members of the public body participate in all virtual public meetings. A phone number or other live contact information is provided to alert the public if the audio or video transmission of the meeting fails. Such contact number is monitored during the meeting, and the school board committee takes a recess until public access is restored if transmission fails for the public. So if we're going to use electronic communication, the public gets to see the whole thing. We can't simply say, sorry, it went out and we talked for half an hour. We do have to put that in there, make sure we're monitoring for that. So some of these are not new for you. What we were really looking at was to give you a definition of family member that you asked for, and we've set it to the Family Medical Leave Act, and we made a determination on the 2 and 25 to simply be 3 meetings for personal. So those are the major changes since the last time you saw the bylaw.
Could you tell us who's included in the Family Medical Act? Because do you have specific?
Off the top of my, I can start with 455.1 is our regulation, which clarifies who a parent is. So if it's your parents, let's say Mrs. Riggs, your mother was out, but it was if somebody's stepmother was out, someone that acted in a role as a stepmother, that could qualify as a parent for you. For a child, it could be your biological child, your adopted child, your foster child, or a child that you have care and responsibility for will qualify for that. Family Medical Leave Act will go to spouses, aunts, uncles, grandparents, I think, I'm not sure aunts and uncles, I think it's grandparents, spouses, and children, and clarify. It did not clarify parents and children to the level we wanted it to clarify for. I don't believe it goes down to aunts and uncles on that, but it can be someone that you have who is a dependent of yours. So let's say you have an adult relative that you have guardianship over, that would qualify also. But that tends to change, which is why we chose to cite to the Family Medical Leave Act as they add those, rather than cite to our policy, which may not be updated to the Family Medical Leave Act.
So as that changes or whatever is added or taken off, ours goes along with it.
Correct.
Got it. Ms. Melnick?
Can I make a comment? So I think the operative words here are, it was allowed by law, we just did not implement it, correct?
The whole statute, you're allowed, you don't even have to allow this. This is a choice that you have. So years ago when it first came up, you chose those categories. That statute that allow, in the Freedom of Information Act that allows for this has been amended over the years to clarify
Okay,
it.
the
We chose
statute.
not to, yeah, it's
We
always
just
been your
chose not
choice.
to.
Sometimes we
you
chose
said?
not to, sometimes we just have not updated it because we
Okay.
were not looking at this section, but it's always the whole, both remote participation and emergency communications meetings have always been a choice you had.
So we're just trying to clarify this. That's all.
Correct, and it's come up a couple times where we're trying to verify
Right.
what the
What
information-
is and what, okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Ms. Manning?
Yeah, so I think this is a huge change, and I don't support the changes in D, but for a couple of reasons. And one of those reasons is because I don't think that we have the proper I don't understand it. I mean, looking at this, I don't know what qualifies as a family member. If you look at the regulation 4-55.1, it does not define family member, although this policy says it does. So it says it will follow the definition of a family member set forth in regulation 4-55.1. And if you look at that regulation, nowhere does it define family member. And it says, or the Family Medical Leave Act. So to me, okay, do I look at the regulation or do I look at the FMLA? I mean, it's not a very well-defined policy here. I don't even support increasing the number of personal, meetings for virtual, although I could perhaps compromise on that and do 3. But I just, for a couple of reasons, I just don't support the changes there. Cammie, on the one, is it the law that we have to, does the law state that it's calendar year?
Yes.
So we must change
That part
that.
we do need. If we're
really
gonna use
must change
this, we
that
have
part.
to use the
Right.
calendar year.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns?
Well,
Ms. Brown and then Ms. Melnick.
yeah.
I actually yield to my colleagues first and then I'll come back. Thank you.
I guess I'm struggling with the opposition to this. Because, and I'm sorry to do this to you, but we actually are living this right now. And we have a colleague who's actually experiencing this right now. And I always try to take myself and put myself in that person's shoes and hope that the same grace would be granted to any one of us if we were going through what our colleague is going through. And so I think that's what makes this particularly difficult, is that we're not talking about a hypothetical, we're actually talking about real life right now. And so with that, I absolutely support the opportunity for our colleague to join us via Zoom. And that as husbands and wives and parents and that we remember that we have people in our family for whom we may have to do something like this. I can't believe we're having this discussion, honestly.
Okay, Ms. Martin.
Thank you, Ms. Melnick, for your comments on that. I don't want to use my own situation to leverage this policy. I certainly appreciate, the support of it. And would grant, again, that same, grace to others. My question is actually on the board members' medical need for electronic participation. Does the ADA apply to elected officials?
Yes, I believe you would qualify as an employee on the, but also as, even if you didn't, it would be as a member of the public. You have a right to an accommodation if you cannot access the meeting.
Okay, so maybe this policy needs to sort of acknowledge that, because if you have a medical condition that qualifies under ADA, temporary or permanent, it would be unlimited accommodation at that point, in my opinion.
Well, under the ADA, you also have, when you're looking at a reasonable accommodation, you're looking to see an undue hardship. So let's say, and this is the example I give a lot of times, so let's say I get elected to the school board and I decide I have allergies and I can never come in. So for my entire 4 years, I never come in. That could be a problem for us because you can't serve on the student disciplinary committee. You can't come into closed session with us. That's what D1C goes to it. So that allows you to say it's become unreasonable, it's interfering with the ability to produce. So that's the undue hardship. It's not a reasonable accommodation because it's creating undue hardship for what you are doing.
Okay. So the way I'm reading this is it's as needed for yourself or a family member, depending on your circumstances. There's an opportunity for the board to revoke that as needed, if there's abuse of that policy. I certainly appreciate this. I think we were discussing this before my situation occurred. You just never know what life is going to bring you, and it's important, I think, to have options. I work for a government agency. I have good options there, and that's comfortable. And the fact is District 4 elected me. I need to be able to participate to represent District 4, whether it's in person or remotely. And I need to be able to do that as much as possible. They deserve a voice at this table. I'm, flexible on the personal matter. There's many of us here that have full-time jobs that sometimes there are challenges with that. If I have to choose one or the other, sometimes things are more flexible, but, the paycheck that pays the house payment gets priority. I'm okay with taking that to 2, 3 is great. That's reasonable. I understand that. So I do appreciate this. I do support this, not just because what I'm going through, but because it could happen to any one of you at any time. So thank you.
Ms. Franklin.
Well, I just have a question for the board or the PRC committee. Not that I don't support this, because I do actually support it, but I do agree that maybe we should clean up some of the language, just to make sure that it is, it's not, doesn't have holes in it, so that there's confusion maybe. Is there a way to just take this back one more time? We don't have time?
This needs to be approved before the calendar year.
Okay. We couldn't approve this in the December meeting?
You can't, I mean,
We'd have to have a
you've done this
PMC
before
meeting.
where you've asked me to come back and make another change. You've had it on information, we've had it on information several times. So if you wanted to make a change, you could say, bring it back with this change.
Clarification, exactly what is it that's ambiguous to you?
Well, she had mentioned the clarification between the policy and the regulation, that there is, it's not cohesive there. And so maybe we just tighten that up, and then also just maybe cleaning up the language about what family is, so that's understood as well. I mean, honestly, there are some people that, I can't talk about the discipline situation, but, it would, where they're, it wasn't the parent that was, it was an aunt, but they were like the parents because that's who raised them. So
Here's the reason I chose not to put the definitions in. When I went to look at our Family Medical Leave Act policy, it just cites the Family Medical Leave Act. The regulation 455.1, which supports it, clarifies those terms that we didn't think were clarified in the Family Medical Leave Act, which is what a parent is and what a child is. So we clarified it there. So my thinking was we would write out this whole paragraph for youth school board members, which is something you could do, but we don't do that for our employees. For our employees who come to us and say, you know, my adoptive aunt raised me, and so she's like my mother to me, then we would look to the Family Medical Leave Act to look at. So my
So
choice
does
is-
it-
Yeah. I mean, we could. I could simply go take all the definitions out, but when I looked at it, we don't do that for our employees. There are some statutes that Mrs. Woodhouse was showing me, like the bereavement statute talks about which individuals under a bereavement statute you can have leave for on there. But for our own employees, if you look at 455, we don't actually list out all those family members. That's simply why I chose not to.
Okay, so
do
you
it.
feel like having the regulation not match or be completely cohesive is okay.
What I think the way I wrote it here is matches what you do for employees. We don't spell it out as specifically as you're talking about for employees on there. So I was matching simply what you did for the employees, how we would analyze it for an employee who came to us for Family Medical Leave Act
Okay.
issue. That's what I was trying to match.
Okay, well, thanks for the clarity.
Mr. Culpepper. Sorry, Ms. Brown.
So it sounds like the primary argument for adding family members here was because the law allows it. Because again, this came up before Ms. Martin's personal situation. So the law also allows for 2 or 25%. Why is that not also included? For personal reasons.
I think I can answer. The question was 25% if you know what your meetings are. So let's say you said 2 meetings a month for 12 months, that would be 24 meetings. But then you add special meetings throughout the year. So does the 25%, is it a sliding scale? When will you know?
So out of the gate, we know we're going to have 25 meetings every year. Well, out of the
Yeah,
gate, we know
it's
we're gonna have
25% of your meetings. That's why we won't know to the end of the year what 25. So it might be at,
Not
at
complex
March,
math. I don't understand. That's not tough math to do. Well, so why? Yeah.
Okay, so please, as our chair of the PRC.
So because we don't know how many meetings we're going to have per year until we're done, if we are in March and you've already used 2 meetings, then you may or may not be able to use additional because we don't know how many meetings we're going to end up with by the end of the year.
Okay.
And so instead of having to add and do the math and say, well, we did a special budget meeting here and then we actually did a meeting that was kind of a workshop for a summer retreat, are we going to count that? We just came to a solid number that everybody could plan for at the beginning of the year and know if I need to take a vacation or my kid got to nationals, these are the days I have personally.
Understand. Okay, so we have 2 meetings a month, every month except December, where we have 1. That's 23.
February where you have.
Plus 2 money, that was the next thing I was going to say. Plus 2 budget meetings is 25.
And an extra one in June, your
So-
special meeting for the superintendent's evaluation.
Okay, so that's 26.
And we had
So we
2
can start with that
retreats.
number. I wasn't even going to count that. I was just going to start with 26. That's just fine. You start with 26, 25% of that, you call it 6. You start the math with 6, and then revise if you need to, rather than 3. So that would be in line with the law. Same as family.
Okay. All right, next is Mrs. Brown.
Okay. So I think of this bylaw in kind of separate parts. So one part that we really needs to address is the statutory requirements under the law. Ms. Linetti, I'm under the impression that the law has moved us from a fiscal year to a calendar year.
Correct.
So that's kind of the reason for the time crunch there. I have on my schedule that the next PRC is December 14th with our next school board meeting December 12th. We're not meeting again until January. At that point, we're kind of, I mean, I'm sure we could probably figure it out, but, you know, we're kind of in a situation there. But, you know, I personally feel like, and I understand that this is not necessarily a popular belief, but I feel like if something was to happen in my household with my family, I would hope that my colleagues would understand if I missed a meeting or two. And I would also, I have an expectation for myself at least, that I would attempt to use my personal reasons. And, when it comes to the medical stuff, I don't exactly want my colleagues coming sick because I don't really want to be sick. But I feel like if we're going to cherry pick pieces of the law, then we're cherry picking. So it's okay for one part, but it's not okay for the personal reasons for the 25%, which I don't support 25% of the meetings either because I like to see you guys. Anyway, I feel like at this point, we're kind of to a point where we really need to vote. And in the spirit of compromise, I kind of had hoped that expanding to a third personal meeting would sort of meet a compromise. I wasn't hoping to do 3 meetings and the other. I was personally thinking that I would support 3 meetings to kind of have that compromise because I'd actually like 2 meetings. I'd probably be okay with none, but that's not really feasible. But Madam Chair, I think what I would like to see, and I would like to make a motion to divide the questions so that we can vote on all of the stuff that is not the medical portion and then the medical portion separately, and then we can edit the medical portion if we need to later.
You've made that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Manning. Okay.
All right,
Discussion.
so can I clarify? So you would just, you're taking out D, remote participation, section 1. That we don't, you're saying everything else goes, but not what we proposed in D1, which is temporary permanent disability.
Yes.
Okay.
And just point of order, Madam Chair, per Robert's rules, motions to divide, the vote is to whether or not to do it. You'll allow it to be divided is taken up without debate. Thank you.
Okay. So no debate. I think we've already debated it anyway. Question. Mrs. Owens.
So, in breaking this up, if one part is approved and the other part is not approved, then the bylaw is what? We're bringing it back, we're not bringing it, what is the goal with the breaking it up?
I mean, you
If
could
it's not
bring
gonna
it
get
back,
approved,
most certainly, if you wanted to, with definitions that provide additional clarity for a vote, but it would revert to the bylaw that it currently is if it was to not pass. And then the other part would pass.
I have a clarification.
Okay. Ms. Anderson.
Could you explain again how you want that broken up?
So the motion is to divide the question, so we're voting on it in 2 pieces. All of the statutorily required law pieces, the personal attendance piece, in 1 vote, and the other part that's had some robust discussion in another part.
All right, let me see if I can clarify this. I think what Mrs. Brown is saying, the easiest way to look at this is D1, all of D1, you would not be, but it would stay the way it is without any of the changes. And everything else, you would vote to approve first. D1 only has to do with the medical position on that, so you would not be taking that up. That would remain the way, essentially what it would read for your purposes is under D1A, you're not going to have the extra language about a family member. You're not taking that up this time. It would remain the way it has always been for you, which is only the personal medical reasons on there. You can take that up at another time. What she suggested is you only vote, all the other changes that you see in here are what you're voting on, but not what's in section D. Section D would stay the way it is, which means.
No,
only
I'm just motioning that we vote on them separately.
Right, and
it.
that's what I said.
Yeah.
Oh, I was at you.
So we
I was
vote
thinking,
on
okay.
it, or, it's fine if we want to bring it back with those changes and vote on that part later, but I'm fine with that, but I'm motioning to still vote on it.
Okay, so
Thank
we
you.
have a motion on the floor to separate it and to vote on it, and we've got a motion and a second. Okay, so all that are in favor of separating policy B1, bylaw 130. I'm looking at the bylaw 136, open meetings. All that are in favor of separating it the way Mrs. Brown has said it, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 5 ayes.
All that are against it, please. No,
It's a 7, it's 7.
please raise your hand one more time if you're in
I think
favor of
it's 7.
separating it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Fine, I'll separate. You can count me on that affirmative.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that should be 8.
So we have,
All-
we have 7 ayes.
All that are against, please raise your hand.
And we have 3 nays.
We have, Ms. Manning did not vote.
She did the vote the first time. She voted the first time.
All right, let's do this again. All that are in favor of separating, okay, into the two parts, please raise your hand.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
There's 8. There's 8.
So we have 8.
8. I just counted. There's 8. Okay. All that are against, please raise your hand. And there's 3.
And we have 3 nays. So the motion did pass.
Okay. So we are going to separate it
So which
and
one would you
vote
like to
on
vote
it
first?
separately.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we. Excuse me? Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the changes on everything except for D1.
Now I'm confused.
Okay, can you just go over it real quick?
Yeah, I make a
What you wanna do.
motion that we approve all of the changes as proposed in this document except for items in D1.
And
That will be.
What is
that
that?
will be
That's
voted on
medical, that's
separately.
medical.
What is D1?
Medical.
It's in the policy.
I don't have that in front of me.
It's the medical, it has to do with medical, the medical, the remote participation for
Remote
medical reasons.
location, participation in meetings, 1, temporary or permanent disability or other medical conditions.
Wait a minute. That's not what's in front of me.
Madam
I-
Chair, we
I-
had a queue.
Wait a minute, we have a queue, okay.
Okay, and I'm making a motion.
Mm-hmm,
I've been asked to clarify the motion,
mm-hmm,
so I'm trying to do that.
okay.
I would like to approve all of the changes recommended by the PRC in this motion, except for, because we've separated it out. So I want to approve, I want us to vote on that portion that's not D1.
Correct, you needed, your next step was which are you voting
Wait a
for
minute.
first? So that's
So
what
I'm
Mrs.
saying
Manning's
let's
trying to
vote
do,
on-
is get one on the floor.
Yeah.
We've got too many
That's
people
my
speaking.
motion, that's my motion, and so is there a second?
Mike, are you seconding or am I? Is that what you're going to do? I'll second.
Yeah, there's a lot of people seeking clarification. Yeah, and Regina can't, Mrs. Toniato can't get it up there because I was
Okay,
asking her if
so-
she could.
D1, so, I don't know how you can vote on policy without looking at the documents. D1 is remote location participation in meetings. And it addresses the medical situation, it addresses medical participation in the meetings, the entire D1 section. That's what we separated out. I am moving that we approve all but that. And then that is going to be in the separate motion. So it's approving the calendar year, It's approving the 3 meetings, personal remote meetings. And some additional language that Cammie put in that said that we needed it for clarification.
Would you like me to read D1? I haven't.
So you want to take out D1 completely?
We already did.
Yeah, we did.
We already did.
separated
So I'm
them.
saying, I'm moving that we approve the other portion.
Okay,
That
go
we
ahead and just
separated
do it.
out.
Okay,
Yes.
Yeah, which we did
Right.
with Mrs. Brown's.
So I'm moving that we approve that part.
Okay. All right, there's another clarification question that's, well, Mr. Callan,
Ms. Manning, just for clarification purposes, D1, are you referring to D1A, B, and C?
All of D1.
All of D1. That was
Yes.
the clarification I needed.
Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
what we separated out.
Thank you.
okay, now I still have people in the queue. Mrs. Owens.
I'm not really sure what the goal of the definition of family is. If the goal is, I need to have the definition so that I, as a board member, can then try and be in judgment of other people's diverse family situations
But
and
we're not
say,
discussing that right now.
Wait a minute.
That's not what the motion is.
Excuse me, you are not the chair.
Okay, point of order, Madam Chair.
I'm gonna let her finish.
I've asked for a
I'm
point of
gonna
order.
let her
Robert-
finish.
Robert's rules states that
All
a
right.
point of order
We're
comes.
not following Robert's rules right now, we're following our bylaws, I'm letting her
Our
finish.
bylaws state that we have to follow Robert's rules.
I'm letting her finish.
Madam Chair, that she's not speaking to the motion. That's not the motion. She's
yield
not
to the
speaking to the
motion.
motion.
You yield to the motion?
yeah, I was going to speak because I was called on, but I will yield to the motion.
This is an old, that's an old, okay. Okay. Let's go, okay?
Wait a minute, what do we have coming here?
She's, Laura Beth has gone ahead and gotten you copies of it for those who don't have a copy of it, so you can look at it.
Yeah, get rid of them.
I was confused too, because I didn't. Ah, I see, D1. Yeah, it's all of that. Down to here.
This is taking too much
Okay.
room.
I'm sorry, I was just confused. I've got it on here.
Okay, everybody has it in front of them now, so Mrs. Manning, okay.
Yes.
I know you made the motion, okay? What I want you to do is now that it's in front of us, please explain what you want us to vote on.
I move that we approve all of the changes.
Sorry.
I move that we approve all of the changes in bylaw 1-36 with the exception of item D1.
Okay. Which includes A, B, C.
Correct.
Okay. Everybody understand that?
Correct.
Okay, and then we know that after we vote on this, we'll vote on the other, okay?
Correct.
And they'll be two separate. Okay,
D1.
everybody understand?
Correct.
Okay. All that, we have a motion and a second. All, who did the
Mr.
second?
Culpepper. Mr.
It was Mr.
Culpepper.
Culpepper, yes. Okay. Got it? All that are in favor of voting for this policy, bylaw 136, except for D, please raise, D1, raise your hand.
So we have 8 ayes.
All that are against, please raise your hand.
And we have 3 nays, so the motion did pass.
Okay, thank you. Now, we are back to the motion that Mrs. Brown made to separate it.
No,
and
no.
You have no motion
We
on the floor.
separated, we're gonna vote for the second.
You have no motion on the
Yeah,
floor,
and
you
I'd
need a
like to
motion.
I move that we vote on section D1 of bylaw 136.
Okay.
And I'll second that, but I would like to speak.
Okay, so we've got Mrs. Weems seconded it. Okay. Okay, and now we have discussion, okay? First, Ms. Melnick, and then Ms. Anderson. Did you raise your hand? Oh,
Ms.
no,
Owens was in there first.
you were in there, and that's what you wanted to speak to, so she needed to be up there. Sorry, Ms. Owens first. Thank you. She had taken them all off and.
Understood. Okay. So I was saying, I don't understand what the goal of having the specific list for family, if not then for other board members to attempt to hold other people accountable in a way that I don't know that they have the authority to do. If I say my child is sick, I don't know about the authority, I don't know, I kind of feel like the audacity, to be honest, to have another board member then say, well, I need to look at the definition and see if Jessica's child meets the definition of child, or if her spouse meets the definition of spouse, or the person she indicated as mother meets the definition because this is the person who raised her versus a biological situation. If I was elected by my electorate to represent their interest, I should have the right to do that if my child is sick. My goal is to open the door for the next folks who are going to be running so that we can have a board, like I've said before, with more diversity in life experiences. Makes it very difficult if what we're saying is, sorry, you're a military wife and your spouse is in Maryland, but your child is sick, you're not going to be able to remote participate because we'd like to exclude you because it doesn't meet the definition that we've decided. Instead of trying to exclude people from participating when the law allows it, I say if the law allows it and we are within, nobody is abusing it. Obviously, if we have situations where we feel like it's being abused, we address that. Outside of that, I don't understand the goal of trying to exclude people from representing the people that they were elected to do so. So that's my thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Melnick.
And I will agree with that wholeheartedly. I am not only shocked by this discussion, as it's been like 40 minutes now, and our staff is moving around like bees in a beehive. It's very bizarre, A, that we're having this discussion, and B, I'm fascinated by it, actually. Like, what in the world? And I look at our counterparts on city council, they all just come to their meetings. They've never had this conversation. People come to the meetings, and when somebody's absent, they're absent. I don't judge any of you for any reason that you're absent. I don't keep a list. I don't do anything. I'm not asking for it to be published. Come to the meeting, represent your community, and do what you have to do. You're accountable to your district, and that's all I care about. If you're not here, I don't care. I really don't. I don't care. But I am not going to be part of a group that is, as Ms. Owen said, judging colleagues for why they're here and why they're not here. And I'll be honest, I think if everybody went back and looked at their attendance over their years on the board, they might be a little surprised because we kind of forget when we're not here. But thank you. I appreciate that. Mrs. Manning, I thank you.
Ms. Anderson.
So I have had to live this. There was a period of time that I had to drive 7 hours to spend a week with my mother when she was ill. And then I would come back here and spend a week. And I tried my best to time it so that I was here for meeting weeks and or discipline. But there were a couple of times that I had to be in West Virginia, 7 hours away, and I couldn't get back here. So because we had this in place at the time, I was able to Zoom because I couldn't really leave. It was my week to take care of my mother. I've lived this, and I know what it's like. I wouldn't have driven 7 hours back here and then 7 hours back there for the next day. That would have been a really difficult thing for me to have to do. And I did that for a year. And luckily, I only had to Zoom, I think it was maybe once or twice. But I pride myself on being on this board now for 11 years, and I've only physically had to be completely absent once in 11 years. And I Zoomed twice. So I agree with Ms. Melnick. This makes me sick to my stomach to think that we would judge somebody on who's, you know, is there a family, are they home with a family member or not? Is that a family member or not? This is ridiculous to even have this discussion. So, you know, we've got it spelled out. If you don't know what Family Medical Leave Act means, then, you know, look it up. And the regulation 4-55.1 talks about the definition of family members. It talks about the definition of what is a mother, what is a, I'm not sure exactly, but, you know, it's too bad we don't have the regulation right in front of us also. But anyway, the Family Medical Leave Act is what we do give to our employees. And so I think that should be sufficient. And who am I to question whether somebody is, you know, there with their mother or their aunt who raised them? It means the same thing. I'm also in that predicament. I had an aunt who helped to raise me. And when she passed away, it was like losing my mother. So, you know, I've been in that situation and I know what it feels like. So I don't think we should question this on our colleagues, and I'm in favor of this as it's written.
Thank you. Mrs. Manning.
So I want to stick with the policy and not, you know, shoot any arrows at people anymore here. I do have the regulation in front of me, 4-55.1, and I still don't understand what the definition is of a family member. Is that my mother-in-law? Is that my father-in-law? Is that my adult son who's married? Is that my sister? Is that my sister-in-law? When we create bylaws and regulations and policies, this isn't just for us sitting here on the dais. It's for future board members. It's for the, you know, people who are going to be here 10, 20 years from now. And so when we create bylaws and regulations, they need to be clear so that they know how to interpret them as well. And my point with this, even though I don't agree with it, if it passes, I want it to be clear. I want to know what is the definition of a family member. I'm not asking to spell out what is the definition of a son. I'm saying who are those family members that are included in this policy. And to me, the way it's written, it is not clear. Thank you.
Okay. So we've had our discussion, and Ms. Franklin.
So I think that we kind of brought up a couple good points, though, just in this discussion. And, you know, I guess I'm just curious, you know, in this situation, we've heard several times, we can't oversee another board member. We've heard that many times. So I understand why we have it in a bylaw. Maybe we want to just kind of have it in place and have it, you know, there as a standard. But realistically, what happens if a board member, I mean, I'm just curious, you know, we talk about consequences with student discipline.
Where it could be a problem is you've adopted a bylaw. Again, you don't even have to have remote participation. So if you choose to do it, the Freedom of Information Act says there's some things you can't. This is how you could do it. And you can put personal, you can put family member. It doesn't give you a definition of family member. That's what brought the discussion up here. But if you did a bylaw and let's say you said it was only you on this one, then you might be able to question whether somebody validly used this bylaw to participate remotely. It might call the vote into question at a later time if you don't.
So
have
this
it.
really comes down to whether the vote is valid.
Whether your participation in a meeting was valid.
And basically your participation and a vote that you would have made during that
Or the
remote
appropriate quorum.
participation. Yeah.
Did you have enough people to have that committee meeting to do that? Something that.
Okay, because It's been pretty unclear about consequence for these type of things anyway. But thank you for clarifying that. That makes a little bit more sense. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me ask you this before we vote, guys. There's all kinds of computers up here. Who has the FMLA up on their computer? Could you please read to us if it what it says? Now, is this the federal guideline, which is our state abides by that? Hold on. So,
Only because I've been looking at it. Let me look real quick. Sorry, I had it up and then it went. Is my thing on? Okay. It is a son or daughter, biological, adopted, or foster younger than 18. A parent, biological, adopted, step, or foster. Next of kin, who is the nearest blood relative for a military caregiver. Other relatives, brothers, sisters, grandparents, grandchildren, and their spouses, but only for military on the other relatives section. So, spouse, son or daughter, parent, unless it's a military situation.
very clear.
Yeah, and we could definitely bring the definitions and put it in there. You could also, you don't even have to follow the Family Medical Leave Act, because this isn't tied to the Family Medical Leave Act. It was the closest act. You could also define what you want. So we can put them in there. It's not a problem. I would just have to redraft it for you.
Okay, so are we ready to vote, or does anybody have any objections to that? Okay. Mhm. We're voting on D1, okay? All that are in favor of D1, the way it was presented tonight by Mrs. Linetti, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 7 ayes.
All that are not in favor of D1, presented by Ms. Linetti, please raise your hands.
And we have 4 nays. So the motion did pass.
So now that brings us to B2, bylaw 147, public comments at school board meetings.
After taking bylaw 147 back to the PRC, the only recommendation for a change is going to be under section C, which is limitations on public comments, section 4, and it will read as proposed. The first 10 speakers will be currently enrolled BBCPS students, parentheses, if there are more than 10 student speakers signed up, in parentheses, period. After the first 10 student speakers signed up to speak will be alternated with non-student speakers until there are no more currently enrolled BBCPS speakers for that meeting. We'll cross out the next sentence on priority, and we'll pick up with the school board clerk or designee is authorized to develop procedures to affect this priority. We are not recommending any other changes to this bylaw at this time.
Mrs. Weems.
Chair,
Yes.
point of order, before you have discussion, we need a motion and a second.
Okay, let's take a motion and a second, and then we'll have discussion. Okay. Motion by Mrs. Franklin and seconded by Mrs. Anderson. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Now, discussion. Mrs. Weems.
Yeah, for the policy committee, I was kind of surprised to see this recommendation, because 2 weeks ago, I think it was Ms. Martin who first suggested, why don't we alternate speakers? I think, yeah. And then actually, I heard like 5 or 6 of us say, yeah, that's a good compromise. And so I was thinking that when we got it back, it was going to be that recommendation, because we discussed it and so many of us agreed with it or nodded our heads. So my preference would be to alternate each speaker, because Well, my preference might be just to actually just sign up and you speak, and wherever you land, you land. But as a compromise, and that's what we talked about 2 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, as a compromise, I would settle with alternating. I don't think a compromise is having 10 students speak first, because you're really having, if you only have till 8 o'clock, the most you can have is 20 students speak and 10 adults speak. And to me, a compromise would be better if you just went back and forth. Because of the minutes, if you had 20 students speak, if you had 10 students speak first, right. If you have 10 students speaking at first, that's 30 minutes, and then you start alternating it. And so you have a lot more students able to speak before 8 o'clock than you do adults. Almost, yeah, a lot more. Okay. So that's just my thoughts.
Okay, Mrs. Franklin.
Well, I've got to say that, as you can see tonight, and pretty much for the majority of my tenure on the board, we rarely have had student speakers. For a 1 year plus maybe a meeting period, we had a collective amount of, and really, if you guys remember, it started off with like 3 student speakers, and then it maybe moved up to 4, and then 10, and then, eventually it grew from there. But it was because they were passionate about a topic. It's not like they're going to come here and choose to just spend their time here with us if they don't feel passionate about what they're talking about. And so I personally would go a little bit the other way, where I would say, if I'm going to stop the student speakers, I would like them to split the time. So they would basically get 20 student speakers, so that between 6 to 8, the first half would at least be students, and then, the second half could be adults, and then, it would kind of rotate from there. I just feel like if we're talking about the opportunity to be fair, because again, some of these kids are in class, they can't have their cell phones to sign up. I mean, it just creates a situation where I feel like we're not even going to be discussing this topic unless they are going to be incredibly passionate about something. And in that case, I do want to hear what they have to say. And I feel like if we're going to do that, it should at least be split, where they would have 20 student speakers get the first hour, then the next hour would be adults, and then after that we would alternate. But that's my preference. Thank you.
Ms. Martin.
So I think the best way to do this is 10 students, 10 non-students, and then we alternate, right? So if first half hour students, second half hour non-students, then the second hour we alternate. And that makes it a fair 20 students if there are that many students, and 20 non-students for the 2 hours of comment. So I think that's the best compromise right there.
Thank you. Mrs. Anderson?
So we hashed this out on the Policy Review Committee. This was a compromise, because I didn't want to switch at all. I liked the fact that we allowed our students to come and speak. And there was a reason why we changed this bylaw 3 years ago. But this particular method or writing, the way we wrote it, was a compromise. So this was our compromise that we compromised with, and I do believe the vote was 2-1. So there was one person on the PRC who did not agree. But we were back and forth, and this was a big compromise. A compromise for me, I can tell you that, because I do believe that if students take the time to come down here, we should allow them to be first, period. But for me, you're right. If there is a controversial issue that their students are passionate about, this gives the first 10 time to speak. Then we can go. The compromise was, okay, then at that point in time, because that would be 30 minutes of just student speakers, and then we would go back and forth. And this particular method I do believe it was another colleague of mine on the board. I won't say his name, but he actually suggested that we do it this way. So that's why I went ahead and compromised and said, okay, we can do 10 and then we'll start back, switching back and forth. So,
Ms. Melnick?
I'm good with what's presented. When I attended the VSBA conference, one of the breakout sessions I attended was about student participation, and it was very crowded. And I will tell you that the school board members that were there were shocked that we did not have a student representative, and that that this board shot that down. They were really shocked because there are some divisions. Well, every division had a student representative. Actually, everyone that was represented in that room. But they also are desperately seeking out students to speak. They want to hear from the students. They want to hear what happens, what they're thinking and what their thought processes are. And so they were desperate for speakers. So the fact that this is our problem is a good one. So I'm good with the way it's presented. 10 speakers alternating after that.
Mrs. Manning?
Thank you. I agree with Ms. Weems. I prefer just first come, first serve. Sign up and speak in the order that you signed up. But I also understand Ms. Martin's point, and I kind of agree with that as well. But I almost feel like it has the same effect if you have 10 student speakers and then 10 adult speakers, as if you have an adult speaker, a student speaker, adult speaker, because they're all going to get to speak all within that first hour. So I could compromise to alternating. And, I brought this point up before. I've spoken with a lot of parents of children who are younger, and they have flat out told me, I don't come to school board meetings to speak because I can't stay there to speak until 11 o'clock. And so we're not thinking of those parents who have younger children. And even if if their younger children want to come and speak, they can't speak too, because they have to wait until all the student speakers are done. So I can't support it as it's written, but I could support alternating speakers, even though that's not what I want.
Mrs. Owens?
Thank you. Like was mentioned by Ms. Anderson, this was the compromise. One of the things that I was considering when I made the compromise is people who weren't on the board prior to this last year. We have had just spurts of student speakers since I've been on the board, and so I can only speak for that amount of time. We had an issue with recess, and we had some student speakers with COVID things. And at one point, we had like a third grader who waited till 10 p.m. to speak. And I said, that should never be happening. That should not be happening. I understand we have parents who also may not be able to wait to speak that late. The parent of the third grader also maybe had to wait till 10. The difference for me is that that third grader needs to be able to speak before whatever a reasonable bedtime is. Maybe mom can't be present and speak, but she could still stay up till 10 and speak from home because we allow that. When we have student speakers, I want to encourage them of all ages to be able to participate. And by getting the first 10 in, we're going to get a chunk of them. And then I'm compromising. Let's start rotating them so we have a chance to get the students done of all ages. We saw a lot of high school kids, and I heard, well, they're going to stay up late anyway. They might, that's their business. But we also have younger students from kindergarten up who have come to speak, and I'd like to have them done before bedtime. I think that's a reasonable thing for adults to offer to our students. So that's where I came from. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Culpepper?
I think it's kind of obvious to point out that the adults who come here are equally passionate about the things they've come to say. And they're obviously taxpayers and voters. Not that that gives them any right over a student, but it certainly doesn't put them under a student. So I would agree that, what I would really like to see is that first come, first serve is the way to go. I'm okay with, frankly, either the alternate from the get-go or 10 students, 10 adults. to me, that's a pretty severe compromise from first come, first serve, and not creating special categories of speakers for the board.
Mrs. Franklin.
Well, I would just like to, after listening to the board members here, I'm going to just point out something, and this is not a finger pointing, so to speak, but I'm just going to say that in the example that Ms. Manning cited, the parent told her, a board member, that they don't come to the meeting because it gets too late. So they were having a conversation and having an opportunity to have that pointed discussion. I would like to just say, I met a student on Sunday who had reached out to every single board member to have a discussion. I was the only one he said that I was the only one that responded. So my point is that while yes, students, feel like they want to be heard, oftentimes they don't have the same access to this board as maybe a parent or a friend of a board member, or quite honestly, I wouldn't really have, as just being on PTSA, I wouldn't have necessarily known who to reach out to or felt like maybe I was going to be heard. And I think that is why I feel so passionate about the fact that these kids, okay, we're not going to get into who pays more in taxes. The fact is, some of them are taxpayers too. And just because of the fact that they might be paid minimum wage doesn't mean that their voice is any less heard. And the fact is that they do not have access to this board. The only opportunity that they have to be able to come to this board and get their thoughts across, and we do have in our, Compass to 2025, put students first. And I'm just saying, guys, we can hash this out, but we have to decide, is that a true vision for this next Compass? Because if it's not, let's just say it. Let's just take that out if we are not truly putting students first. And that's all I'm going to say. Thanks.
Mrs. Weems.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we alternate speakers, student, adult. We could debate this on for 2 more hours in the same way that we just did. So I'll go ahead and make that substitute motion.
Seconded by Mrs. Brown. Any more discussion?
And the clarification, that's a currently enrolled BBCBS student.
Any other discussion? I think we've all discussed it enough. Okay. So all that are in favor of starting from the beginning of alternating student, adult, student, adult, student, adult, please raise your hand.
We have 5 ayes.
Okay. All that are against student, adult, please raise your hand.
And we have 6 nays, so the substitute motion did not pass.
Okay, that brings us back to the motion. And that's for bylaw 147, public comments at school board meetings. Okay. The motion is for the compromise that was described and read out by Mrs. Linetti, that the first 10 speakers will be students. The next 10 speakers will be adults.
The next, whomever.
Oh, excuse me, the next will be alternating, but the first 10 will be students, and then they alternate from there. Okay, are we good? Ms. Brown?
So I actually quite a bit would prefer to just put students in the order that they sign up. I think that it kind of creates an inequity to who we're allowing access to, and we're picking and choosing a little bit. I have a great deal of pause about this because, for the longest time this came up, and I said, that I don't think in the midst of a bunch of students coming and speaking is the time to really address it. I think that we should kind of hit the pause button on it until, things have settled down a little bit. And sort of naturally came up in the event process. But, I don't support the bylaw change. I don't believe it was really it doesn't feel like it was a compromise to me at all. I don't think that it really improves very much based on the amount of student speakers that signed up on an average of 18 to 20, 25. What it really means is that the students get the front of the line access over the adults. But on the other hand of that, if 100 students sign up to speak first right now, 100 students speak first. No, until this vote occurs, and if this passes, 100 students could technically sign up, and it could be, 1 a.m. before anybody else gets to address us. So I do not agree with it. I am, quite frankly, very reluctant about this, but I'm going to support it because it is an improvement even still. Thank you.
Okay, so, all that are in favor of this bylaw change, 147, public comments at school board meetings, please raise your hand.
We have 7 ayes.
All that are against this bylaw change, please raise your hands.
And we have 4 nays. The motion did pass.
Okay, thank you. So that brings us to C, part-time pay rates. Okay? Ms. Manning?
Madam Chair, I would like to make the motion on this. The information in our agenda packet was not clear as to what we were voting on, so I requested some more detailed information. So I have a motion here. If you need it printed out, I can certainly get it, but I just have it in an email written down here. So I would like to make a motion to approve the following part-time pay rates. And it's as it was presented to us in the last meeting, but I felt that we really needed to have it spelled out. So I would like to make a motion to approve the following part-time pay rates. Early literacy support staff. Non-certified staff will move from $18.50 to $27.21 per hour. Certified staff will move from $21.50 to $33.50, effective January 1st, 2024 through July 1, 2025. So that's the first one.
Okay.
Item 2, Title I substitutes. Increase pay by $20 per day for all 5 subcategories, effective January 1, 2024, and end June 16th, 2024. The third is after-school detention program, increase pay from $20 per hour to $25 per hour, retroactive to September 1, 2023. And there is no end date on that one. Do I have a second?
Okay, so that's her motion. Do I have a second? Mrs. Weems, any discussion or questions on this?
I'm unclear. I'm totally unclear about it all. Oh, shoot.
How about Mrs. Martin, while you guys clean that up? Mrs. Martin, you go first.
So just maybe a question for Ms. Woodhouse or Ms. Manning we're putting these dates in there, and then we would address this as part of a budget package in February to then do something in July 1 of '24.
So this was, we discussed this at the last meeting because it's grant funding, and so it's not in the operating budget. And that's why we felt we needed to have that end date there. We can reevaluate it when it comes to the end to see if we have more grant funds or if we want to put it in the operating budget or not renew it. Correct?
That is correct. And Ms. Manning, I'm not for sure if I heard correctly, on the tutoring rates for early literacy for the certified, moving from 2150 to 3359. I didn't know if I heard 3350 or 59.
3350 is what I have.
The presentation, I don't know if you were changing it or the presentation
What's in
had
the email that I
3359.
received is 3350.
Might have been a typo. That's what, I just wanted to
Okay, it's
clarify. It's
3359?
3359, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
I'm in my motion to make that early literacy staff support rather than 3350, 3359.
I had
I
one more
need the second to
question.
approve that.
Second by Mrs. Williams.
I had one more question.
Okay.
I'm a little worried, and I'm sure you are too, that we will have subs say, I'm gonna do this instead for a while, because it's the higher hourly pay. So how are we gonna address that?
So first, doing the presentation 2 weeks ago, the reason this request was made and put forth is because all of our other tutors currently make the 2721 and the 3359. We've never been able to increase the early literacy, which was formerly known as PALS, because it was grant funded and they did not have enough money in the grant. So now they do.
Okay.
But that was a great question, and we have that with multiple areas. It's, competing interests with
And
staff.
last question, then, is this just support all in? Is that kind of what we're really making sure that we can meet those obligations that the governor has set forth?
Actually,
It's
this
not,
tutoring
no.
is separate. Okay, I'm sorry, Dr. Robinson, go right
No,
ahead.
yeah, it's not. It's three different distinct areas.
Right.
One is we'll start backwards, the after-school detention program, that we've started the program probably 20 years ago, $20 an hour, never changed it. Schools are having trouble getting anybody to do it for $20 an hour.
Correct.
The early literacy PALS is a direct result of, we're gonna lose those PALS teachers to do all-in tutoring if we don't bring them up to that rate. The Title I subs is because some of our subs, if they get to choose between Title I and non-Title I, they're not going to Title I.
I
They need them
understand.
to go to Title I.
I mean, I understand we're in a workforce crisis, and I apologize I wasn't here last time. That will be the last of my questions. Thank you.
Ask away, never a problem.
Okay, Mrs. Brown.
Okay. I really actually, I appreciate this chart that you attached so that I can send it to people as they request, but I just had a clarifying question. So for vowels, that's going up, correct? Is that only for Title I schools or is that all vowels?
That's
Okay.
all, yes, ma'am.
All right,
that's
because
all.
I had somebody ask and I wasn't really 100% sure, so I just, because there is something just for substitutes at Title I schools, correct? Okay,
Correct. And
so
we-
that's why I got confused.
And we also implemented that increase for substitutes at our Title I schools last year as well. We weren't for sure funding would be available. Ms. Pate verified we did have the funding, and that's why we have a January start date on that particular one. That is the only one that is geared just to Title I schools.
Okay.
Everything else is across the board.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Mrs. Melnick.
Our early literacy teachers have been woefully underpaid for years, and I am thrilled, and I thank my colleagues in advance, hoping that, yes, you absolutely will vote yes on this. I'm hoping that come July 1st, 2025, that is not an end date for this, because I would hate to think what would happen. And for the record, if you were wondering whether or how you should vote, just look over here right in front of Mr. Din, and you'll see one of our employees there who is, and over
Right.
here, who is thrilled for this vote, and so I will not speak anymore.
And we would be in agreement with that. It's difficult sometimes when pay is grant funded, and so we are sometimes limited and our hands are tied. But we too agree that they are some hardworking individuals, and we appreciate their service, and this is definitely overdue.
Okay, with that, all that are in favor?
Oops, question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand, Mr.
Manning,
Callen.
could you clarify the three different categories that you cited?
Sure, early literacy support staff, Title I substitutes, and after-school detention program.
And the dollar amounts in each of those categories?
Early literacy staff, non-certified, is from $18.50 to $27.21. Certified staff is from $21.50 to $33.59. Title I substitutes increases from $20 per day for all 5 subcategories. And after-school detention goes from $20 per hour to $25 per hour.
Thank you.
Are we good? All in favor, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the textbook adoptions, 1 and 2, the parent and learning career, parent early learning career, and 2, the teen living grade 6, 7, and 8. So, Mrs. Franklin?
Okay, I'm actually going to ask.
Point of order, Madam Chair, we need a motion and a
All right,
second.
we need a motion. And
Second.
Second by Mrs. Manning. Moved by Mrs. Melnick, second by Mrs. Manning. Okay, now is there discussion?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to defer to Danielle Colucci to just provide an update it was a question that I posed to her, and I CC'd the board earlier today, and she has an update, which I think we're going to be very excited about.
Yes, I'm happy to update you. Actually, at the last meeting, Mrs. Manning had the question similar to Mrs. Franklin's email today that we received regarding the cost and the difference between the first choice textbook and the second choice. And so 2 questions were posed in your email. One was related to the cost and one was related to the why the first choice was preferred. And so the great news is that Dr. Lockett, who's here with us tonight and can also add any extra details if needed, re-engaged with the vendor, with the company, which we often do. It's not that we do it very hastily, but she spent a lot of time re-engaging and sharing the concerns that were presented at the last board meeting. And this time, we did get about a 25% discount. And so on both textbooks, actually, so over a $7,000 savings was granted to us for the first year. Yes, thank you, Dr. Lockett. And so that did reduce the cost difference. So now the second choice text would cost, or the first choice would cost $3,417 more than the second choice. And to address the other concern related to why the first choice was preferred, there were 2 main reasons, and the first was the readability of the text, and the appropriateness was the second. So the first book was actually recommended for grades 7th through 12th. So there are content and lexile issues with that. So accessibility can be an issue, which sounds maybe simple, but it can have the impact of causing teachers to spend a lot of plan time creating supplemental resources or consuming instructional time to help students access the text and the meaning and the vocabulary. And the other thing we're conscious of is the level of appropriateness for the age of the students. And so the committee recommended the first one because they felt some of the content was more appropriate for high school age students. So I hope that addresses both questions.
Well, and thank you, and certainly I appreciate that, because my question wasn't necessarily why they chose it, because I've read that in the comments, but really, was it worth that large of a differential between the costs? So I think that was my biggest question: is it worth that huge increase? But now that it's come down, thanks to your efforts, thank you so much. Then I feel much more comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Miss Manning.
Yeah, and I reviewed both textbooks. Thank you so much, and I totally see where you're coming from and why you made the decision. So thank you, and thank you for the extra efforts to get that cost down. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so now that the discussion's been made, all in favor of adopting this textbook adoptions, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to committee organization and board reports. Do any school board members have anything to report? As a reminder, this is the time for short reports, and school board members may file full reports to the clerk to be distributed to other school board members. I will say that the governance meeting is on Wednesday, December the 6th at 10 a.m. And I just wanted to reiterate the ribbon cutting ceremony at the Achievable Dream Academy that Dr. Robertson had in his report was well attended, very well attended. And the building is beautiful. If you haven't seen it or even rode by it, please go by, get a chance to make an appointment to go visit that school. It really is beautiful. And the kids were so enthusiastic. I mean, I know they picked their best ones to, show everybody, but these kids were truly enthusiastic that guided us around. It was very good, very well attended. Lots of community members, big players, so it was very well supported. Okay, all right. So, Ms. Melnick.
So I just wanted to report to the board about, God bless you, about Dr. Robertson's roundtable. It is, we met yesterday. It is an unbelievable group of community members. Last month we met at, and I sent you the minutes, but last month we met at ATC, but this time we met at our tech center, and half of our community members had never been. And so that piece was shocking. But this is a mover, these are movers and shakers, this group, and they are solution driven. They had fabulous comments, this workforce group, and I will tell you that we are moving on those suggestions instantly. The comments are so good and so well received, and we have people that are really moving this work forward, and I commend you for this work, and we will meet again in January.
Okay, Ms. Franklin?
I just wanted to personally say thank you to Sheriff Holcomb. He actually had his first annual turkey trot, and the sheriffs did win. So we definitely are going to continue working on our football game. But I just want to say that we've raised thousands of dollars for VBEF and the beach bags, and so I just really appreciate those efforts, and we will continue working on our football game. Thank you.
And speaking of VBEF, the TGIF is going to be December 18th at the Sandler Center. It starts at 6. Yeah, December 6th, December 18th. And that's, where they share who gets the grants, what teachers are getting the grants and everything. Okay? Yes.
Is that a silent auction with that or no?
No.
Not during that, okay.
No, that's not any kind of auction.
Okay.
The people that helped with the grants, that paid for the grants, the companies and stuff that they got the grants for will be there along with the teachers that are receiving them.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
It's a great event, really good. Our students from the tech center are the ones that cater it. And they do that, so it's all student, and teacher related, so it's a great event. There's a couple things I forgot to say in administrative matters, and one of them was Mr. Den. I asked you about this, and we just kind of kept on going. People have been asking about, our workshop going into the Einstein Lab. And so, Mr. Den, I asked him about it this morning. He's just going to give us a real quick update of what he's got.
Sure, thank you. I know everyone is anxious to get back into the Einstein Lab. We do have a couple of, one technical issue that is preventing us from getting there. Apparently, our sound isn't getting from there over to VBTV. So that's the technical issue. We've had a component that we have on the schedule to be replaced. Unfortunately, the technician from our vendor who was supposed to come earlier this week to replace it was hospitalized over the Thanksgiving break, and so we're having to reschedule that. So as soon as we go ahead and get that component that is causing the problem replaced, we'll be able to get back in the Einstein Lab for you all, hopefully in time for our next meeting on December the 12th, which, as a reminder, will be our first meeting where we'll be using our new meeting management software. So I know we're excited about showing you all of that this week. I think tomorrow morning, Ms. Riggs, we are going to be doing training for you. You get a chance to check that out. And over the course of this week and then next week, I know Ms. Taniano is scheduling training for everyone else.
She's gonna send it out so you guys can, okay. No, she's just gonna sign it to you and you have to come when she tells you. One other thing that, I know that, Dr. Robertson, with the student, group that people wanted to go, what is it called? The S,
Superintendent Student Advisory Council.
the SAC, SAC.
Yeah.
And I don't think this was explained because this is what, we talked about afterwards. And so if you signed up for that, what he is asking is, do you want to be one of the moderators, one of the leaders sitting at the table? Okay, because this is what they do. They have a, is it a teacher or someone that always sits at the table?
The students generate the ideas, and then depending on the ideas, we bring staff in. So I have a table held Thursday for Mr. Culpepper and Ms. Melnick to man a table on conversation with the school board.
Yeah, and that's what it is. So you'll be, informed of how that's gonna run, okay? All right. So, that brings us to the end of the formal meeting. And we're gonna be going to the workshop, the rest of the workshop, D, the SBA proposals, legislative proposals, and then we'll go to the closed session, okay? And so after I close the meeting down, I'm gonna give everybody 6 or 7 minutes, bathroom break, whatever you need, okay? Okay, so this meeting is adjourned.
In accordance with the exceptions to open meetings law set forth in Code of Virginia 2.2-3711, Part A, paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, and 29 is amended to deliberate on the following matters. 1, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates of employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body, and evaluation of performance of departments or schools of public institutions of higher education where such evaluation will necessarily involve discussion of the performance of specific individuals. 2, discussion or consideration of admission or disciplinary matters or any other matters that would involve the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record concerning any student of any public institution of higher education in the Commonwealth or any state school system. However, any such student, legal counsel, and, if the student is a minor, the student's parents or legal guardians shall be permitted to be present during the taking of testimony or presentation of evidence at a closed meeting, if such student, parents, or guardians so request in writing, and such request is submitted to the presiding officer of the board, of the appropriate board. 3, discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose, or of the disposition of publicly held real property, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. 7, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation, where such consultation or briefing in open meetings would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body. For the purpose of this subdivision, probable litigation means litigation that has been specifically threatened or on which the public body or its legal counsel has a reasonable basis to believe will be commenced by or against a known party. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on the matter. 8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter, namely to discuss A, status of pending employee discipline cases, continuation of teacher license revocation hearing as needed, appointment of certain staff members. B, discussion with staff regarding status of certain matters related to real property related to educational services. C, status of pending student cases and complaints. D, status of pending litigation or administrative cases. E, consultation with legal counsel regarding probable litigation and pending litigation matters.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to go into close in a second. You don't need my microphone. You do. Okay. I have a motion to go into close in a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor of going into closed session, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass to go into close.
Affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law, now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the city of Virginia Beach hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered.
Second.
Okay,
Do we have a motion?
No, motion.
To go out of closed.
Motion.
And by Mrs.
Melnick motion.
Melnick, and we need a second. Second by Mrs. Brown. Any discussion? All in favor of coming out of closed, please raise your hand.
Madam Chair, we have 11 ayes. The motion did pass.
Put it on now. Ready? Okay, I'm going to read resolution recommending revocation of professional license of Joanna Mills Sampson, collegiate professional license PGP-0612263. Whereas Miss Joanna Mills Sampson, hereinafter teacher, was a VBCPS early childhood special education teacher who was placed on suspension in September 2019, pending the outcome of her appeal of a Child Protective Services founded physical abuse, level 1 disposition unrelated to her duties as a school employee. And whereas on May 16, 2022, the teacher submitted her resignation from VVCPS, and on October 10, 2023, the school division was notified that the disposition had been amended to a founded physical abuse level 3. And whereas on October 18, 2023, the acting superintendent informed the teacher that he would be petitioning the school board to recommend that the Virginia Board of Education revoke the teacher's teaching license, and whereas on November 28, 2023, the school board held a hearing to consider the acting superintendent's recommendation. At the hearing, the teacher and the school administration provided evidence and argument regarding the recommendation, and now therefore be it resolved that the school board does not recommend that Joanna Mills Sampson's professional license be revoked by the Virginia Board of Education, and directs that the acting superintendent forward a copy of both this resolution and his October 18, 2023 petition to revoke professional license together with all the exhibits presented to the school board, to the superintendent of public instruction and the Virginia Board of Education, and further resolved that the clerk shall provide a copy of this resolution to Ms. Mills Sampson, the school board attorney, the Director of Employee Relations, and the Chief Human Resources Officer, who shall place a copy of this resolution together with a copy of the supporting documentation in Ms. Mills Sampson's personal file, adopted by the school board of the City of Virginia Beach this 28th day of November 2023. All in favor, please raise your hand.
We have 8 ayes.
All against, please raise your hand.
We have 2 nays.
Oh, extension.
And we have 1 abstention, so the motion did pass.
And you can tell us why you abstained.
I was unable to attend the hearing earlier today.
Okay, thank you. Let, I'm gonna ask you guys, do we want to do the VSBA now? Do we, Dr. Robertson, can you look at our workshop for the, you have the agenda right there for, that we're gonna plan? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, I had previously asked for the VSBA legislative agenda topic to be on our agenda for this week. And because I didn't think I could get the supporting documents to Ms. Toniato by last Tuesday when it was required to be in, I asked that it be pulled and put on next month's agenda. And, you know, eventually I want it to be on for action. So whether we do information and then action or action next month. So I thought maybe whatever you wanted to discuss, we could kind of combine it in with that at the next meeting, if that would be okay.
Well, that's gonna be a long discussion. If you
Well, I'm
want to
hoping
bring
it's not
forth
gonna
the
be
handbook.
long. I'd like to make it, present it so that it won't be as long.
And we need the book before we get it. So I don't know when the book will come out, the middle of, December.
I don't think
For the new
why do we
handbook.
need the book? Why? We know what's in it.
Well, I'm just saying, I think that's gonna be a longer discussion than we're gonna have. We're
Oh.
starting at 2:00.
Yeah, well, I still want it on for the next meeting, because it should have been on for this meeting,
Well,
but
I
I
mean-
withdrew it, and, I mean, other people aren't getting their agenda items in on time. I was trying to play by the rules,
Yeah,
and.
we had planned to do.
We had planned to do it.
Yeah, we're gonna,
Okay.
it's,
I mean-
it's in my notes to add it to the agenda, because
Yeah.
we postponed it, but tonight, this was just her recap of Thursday at the
Right,
VSBA.
yeah, that's
That's
been
all
on-
So
tonight
that
is.
shouldn't be,
Yeah,
take
that
too
would
much
take
longer.
3 or
So-
4 minutes.
So why can't we just combine it all?
Y'all wanna go through it and do it, or do you wanna wait?
Or do we wanna wait? Let's see.
It's up to y'all.
Let's just wait.
11:15 already.
Miss Brown?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind discussing it, but, I kind of was planning to get an update on this today, and, I'd like to have the handbook with me, if we're gonna have that discussion, and it's not on my SharePoint right now, so, I can't even pull it up to reference, but, there's only 4 legislative positions in the handbook that will be added, and they're the ones that we already discussed. The rest of the handbook would stay the same, so I don't really know that we need to wait until they publish it to discuss the positions in the back of the book, plus the ones that were voted upon. But you know, I would like to have this discussion, and I would like to have this discussion before the General Assembly starts to meet, and preferably a vote. Thank you.
Heather? Okay, so do we wanna go ahead and just let you guys, give the recap? Y'all want that tonight? Okay, all right, so we're gonna go ahead and do it. All right, so VSBA legislative positions. The VSBA Board of Directors voted on and presented the legislative agenda to the VSBA Delegate Assembly at the VSBA annual meeting, November 14th through 16th, 2023. The VSBA Legislative Positions Handbook is a continuous document that can be amended by the VSBA Delegation Assembly each year at its annual conference. VSBA, it's emailed to all VSBA members. The new 2024 handbook will be emailed with all 4 proposals added to this around the middle of December. I wanted to clarify the concern that was brought up at our last school board meeting as to when it was sent out, because that was a question, and why a member would not receive that email. It is sent out on October the 3rd. It was sent out on October the 3rd, 2023, 45 days before the Delegate Assembly meeting date. I checked to make sure all of the VB school board members were included in that email, and was told that the only way a member would not have received it would be because they unsubscribed to VSBA emails, and that was why that member did not get the email. I served as the VBCPS delegate in the delegation assembly this year, which was my first time as a delegate. All 4 VSBA proposals: 1, school facility construction funds and financing; 2, employee criminal background checks; 3, school zone safety standards, and 4, judicial enforcement of truancy passed. I did ask for the Assembly to suspend the rules and pull out proposal number 4, and I had a second to do that. It was seconded, which the Assembly did vote to pull. I had to go up a second time in front of the delegation to make a motion to propose this amendment to proposal number 4 that Cammie sent to me, and this was the amendment she sent. VBCPS proposes that the VDOE collaborate with the Virginia court system on methods to reduce the time periods for truancy and parental participation enforcement to expedite the return of students to the educational setting. I had the same person that seconded it for me to pull it, seconded this motion. I shared that amendment with everyone and the explanation of why we wanted to amend it. No one else spoke to it or wanted to speak to it, and it was voted down to discuss it any further after sharing the proposal and the explanation. So there were 2 votes for it, for the amendment, and the rest of the 97 were voted against it. I did not have an amendment for proposal number 2. That was the one on the, proposal number 2, just left me. Proposal number 2 was the employee criminal background checks. So I didn't have a motion, amendment on that. So I did not ask to pull that. And when I realized that the rest of the proposals were going to be voted on as a group, it was too late to ask to pull the proposal number 2 out so it could be voted on separately. So I didn't do it. My fault. I'm sorry. It passed. They would have passed anyway, but I'm just saying I wasn't able to pull it by the time I realized I needed to pull them both. Okay? They had to be pulled out separate to be voted on. And I know people were questioning that. So the process for amending or adding to the VSBA legislative positions, and this is what Vicki wants to talk about at our next meeting, begins in the spring of each year. School boards can send proposals to amend, add, or delete legislative proposals to the VSBA Legislative Positions Committee. Those proposals are taken up in June or July of each year. If a proposal is not adopted by the Legislative Positions Committee, which is made up, by the way, of districts, okay? That committee I think is 8 are on it, and it's made up by the districts in this whole state, okay? Like we have our Tidewater district, and there's a Piedmont, all of those districts, okay? If a proposal is not adopted by the Legislative Positions Committee, then a school board has the opportunity to make the same proposal at the delegate assembly at the VSBA annual meeting in November each year. The timelines and procedures for bringing a proposal up at the delegate assembly in November are strict, and new proposals require a vote to suspend bylaws in order for a school board to add an item to the agenda. The delegate assembly will vote in November on the proposals, and the final vote will become the VSBA's legislative positions. Per the VSBA delegate handbook, there is a procedure by which a local school board can take a different position from the VSBA position. I will read the section for your consideration. No school board of Virginia is bound by any position on the association. Any board that wishes to adopt a legislative position differing from the actions taken by the VSBA delegate assembly needs only to meet after the VSBA delegate assembly meeting and adopt a local position. Absent that action and notification to VSBA, school boards that participate in the VSBA delegate assembly, even if they were on the losing side of a particular vote, will be represented as supporting the VSBA position. If the Virginia General Assembly or the U.S. Congress enacts a law that is voted against by a state or federal lawmaker, it is still the law of the land, even in that lawmaker's jurisdiction, and every citizen must abide by the decision. Similarly, VSBA positions duly adopted by the VSBA Delegate Assembly are the positions of all local school boards unless, here's where the VSBA differs in process from state and federal legislatures. Unless a local board officially votes on a public meeting to adopt a different position. A local school board then can help strengthen the VSBA position by adopting the same or similar policy statement in its own legislative packet. Or it can demonstrate its differences by adopting an opposing position. So it appears that if this school board wants to take different position on any of the VSBA's legislative proposals, then we would need to set that position in our legislative packet or adopt an opposing position. The VSBA should be informed that we have adopted a different position. And that's my recap. Ms. Manning.
So I'd like to address a few things in that. So first of all, I didn't receive the handbook. I don't know why everybody keeps saying I did. Ms. Malinick, it's my turn. That's why I requested a copy of the handbook after Cammie referenced it in a message. So regarding you asking to have that item number 4 amended, the board never voted to have you amend that position. The board voted to reject those 2 positions. We never voted on any type of amendment. So that was the wrong move there. You should have asked to pull item 2 and 4 and voted on them separately and just voted no. That's what the board directed you to do. Regarding the legislative positions, I'm not asking for us to meet right now to discuss specifically legislative positions. I'm asking toward the end of your statement there you read that the VSBA assumes that positions of all local school boards, basically that we're in agreement with the VSBA unless we take a different position in a public meeting. That's what I want us to do because it has to be done after the delegate assembly. So I'm asking for us to address some of the topics that some people may disagree with that's in that legislative handbook, including the 4 positions that were just adopted, and for us to discuss those and take a position on them. I've kind of spelled out the ones that I have concerns with. If anybody else has any positions that they have concerns with, my suggestion is to email them to the chair and the vice chair, and we can assemble them all in one document, and we can simply go through them and have a vote up or down. Because this isn't about adopting a specific position, it's whether or not we agree with the VSBA positions that they have adopted. Because if we don't take a position, then they go to Richmond and they say, the Virginia Beach School Board, all school boards in the state except for X, Y, and Z agree with this position. And so those 2 positions that we rejected, they're gonna go to Richmond and say that we support them unless we take another action saying we don't. Thank you.
Let me reiterate one more time. I have to say something. You cannot get something if you have unsubscribed.
I don't believe I've ever unsubscribed.
Well,
So I will contact the VSBA and find out.
You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to because I've already called, I've already found out you unsubscribed. I do not know what date, but you
All
were
right,
unsubscribed.
I will reach out to them.
So, and let me tell you, if you want to and let me tell you this, if you unsubscribe to there's a thing at the bottom of any VSBA email we get that said, if you don't want to get any more of these emails, you can unsubscribe. Once you hit that unsubscribe, you're not going to get anything. Now, if you just don't want to get some of the things, you need to call the SBA and you need to say, okay, I'm getting too many emails. I want to alter how many I'm getting from you. But I did check on it because I knew that was a big concern. And I asked specifically, I talked to JT Kessler in that thing, and then I called him because he told me to call him on Monday, and we talked on Monday after the conference. And he checked into it. He said, Trinice, I cannot give you the date, but she's unsubscribed. I can tell you that. Her name is on unsubscribed. Ms. Melnick.
A lesson this is, you know, the information's been pointed out. We've learned the procedures of VSBA. You know, and I think going forward, you know, there's some things that are clarified, but I do just have to say that this board voted unanimously against a position that the VSBA was taking, yet the same position was brought up today about truancy. And so I think I'm mostly confused because I'm not sure if it's the legislative positions of the VSBA or that people don't like, or the organization itself. And so that, you know, if you don't agree with the VSBA, then we're finding some faults. And I'm talking about the VSBA as an organization, but this is a statewide group, and we often talk about things that maybe don't directly affect us, but they directly affect so many other divisions, 131 across the Commonwealth. And so we just happen to be ahead of the curve on the truancy piece. And I think I'm just confused by all of this. In the past, we were given the opportunity to vote yay or nay as a board for the VSBA positions, correct? Like in years past, we would vote, and there were people that would vote against their legislative agenda, just like we have people that vote against our own personal legislative agenda. So this whole thing is very confusing to me, but.
Ms. Williams? Okay, thank you. I mean, it's not confusing to me. You've got, let's just say, 200 items that VSBA wants everybody to support. There were 4 added. 2 weeks ago, we as a board just voted, we didn't support 2 of them. Then some board members say, you know, there's some other things in the book that I don't think that maybe our board would support. So they're going to bring those up. So it's all about the issues to me. It's not about the organization. I brought up the truancy because I felt that we could have amended it and changed it and worded it differently. That's why I thought that was my question. Did we look at adding it to our Virginia Beach agenda because we didn't agree? We all voted. We didn't agree with the way that it was written for the VSBA. So that's why I brought that up. I didn't bring it up to say I've changed my mind and I only voted against it because it was VSBA. I wanted us to take a look at perhaps rewriting it or amending it, like Chair Riggs had brought up an amendment, even though now she knows that we weren't talking about amendment back then. But
we were.
yeah, well, we were talking about it, but we didn't vote that way. But anyway, we've learned our lesson. We're going to move forward. So, but the point is, we don't always agree with all 200 issues at VSBA. Some people are going to just say, I'm going to vote for the whole thing. There might be 10 things in there that I don't agree. This year, some board members don't want to take that route, and they want to bring up some specifics. So that's what we're going to do. I would advise my colleagues, if you're going to go through the book and bring up some specifics, get on the phone and call your colleagues, write it out, email us, so we don't have a 5-hour meeting just talking about this in 2 weeks. Get on the phone and call people. Because if it's something that only you disagree with, you don't even need to bring it up. You know, post it or let people know that you don't agree with it. But it's got to be, to me, legitimate things that you think 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 of us aren't going to support. Like we didn't support those 2. I mean, 8 of us didn't support one of them, and 10 of us didn't support the other, I think, if I recall. So it's not about the organization. It's about stance. And some of these things, they're right. They go forward and talk with our legislators, and we've got to know what we're talking about. And if VSBA is saying, oh, yeah, everybody supported 2 and 4, and we really don't, we need to make that clear to our legislators when we talk to them.
Yes,
So
and I'm next. That's the only way you can do it, is make it clear about to the legislators. Once you're a part of a delegation, that is the democratic way that you go. Just like the Senate and the Congress. When the vote is made, the vote is made. Now, if we want to go, say something different, we don't want to vote for that, then we'll have to go to our representatives in, General Assembly. I don't know where I fell wrong with that, but I had understood that that after Miss Linetti talked about why she didn't agree with the judicial one, and we talked about it, I had understood, and I thought Miss Linetti understood, that you wanted me to take that amendment for it, to pull it out, vote against it, and give them the amendment. So I voted against it because I voted for the amendment. That's how I understood it. Now, yes, was it my fault I didn't get number 2 pulled out? Yes, I guess it was. But by the time I realized, because the way this whole thing goes is very strict. I tried to read you that so you'd understand. It's very difficult to understand what they're doing, and it's like, you're going up before the Congress and all that. But anyway, it's I'm like, okay, sorry. I don't mean for it to be blasé. I really don't, because I have no problem with, pulling both of them. I just wish I had known ahead of time. But I truly understood. I don't know about you, Miss Linetti.
What I understood was that we were going to try to explain to them, we weren't against the concept, it was the wording needed to change, the focus of it needed to change, and that to articulate why we thought there was a better way to say it for them to understand it. So we were trying to get the wording for them to understand, so that it wasn't the concept we meant. The truth of the concept is that you could have said it in a better way with a better focus. So we were trying to get a wording to explain that to them.
And I have a whole page that I talked about when I gave that other alternative way to say it, and spoke to that. And so I did that. So, Ms. Melnick.
So just 2 things. I spoke to the author of the bill of the amendment that we voted against, and he was shocked that we voted against it. It was very simple to everybody else there. I was in a room full of people who said, "What do you mean? Don't you want this to be standardized in the Commonwealth?" And that's how they viewed that. This board, led by our attorney and some work she's doing behind the scenes, came up with a totally different concept. But you can understand, to them, this was a very simple addition. It was literally just to commonize the procedure for the entire state. That was it. We went so far above and beyond the thought process of anybody else at the VSBA. Now, the other piece is the VSBA's legislative agenda is kind of a growing document. It's been growing for years. There are a lot of the same positions that come up every year, just like ours. Ours was no surprise to this board. If they have 200 positions on there, unless there's a bill that is on the floor, a bill that has been dropped, that's the only way they're going to take a position on something. They don't go up with a sandwich board and a scroll and unroll it in front of legislators and say, these are all the things we're in favor of. Unless they see it come up and it affects them, that's the only time they're going to advocate for something. But we just thought a lot deeper than some of this ever was intended to be.
Okay. Are we good, Ms. Brown?
Ms. Brown, I'm sorry.
Okay. So I'm not confused about the wording, because we just want to change the wording, and I was fine with that. The only thing is that we, as a board, didn't have the chance to see it, so the devil's kind of in the details. But I did reach out to some legislators about the VSBA and how they lobby, and they will go and ask them to write specific legislation. And We're going to discuss this again, but there's a number of things in this packet that could be viewed as politically controversial. I know they say they're apolitical, but there are things that definitely seem to cross party lines. And it's my position personally that I just would rather not advocate for political positions as a body. So I'm glad that we're going to bring this forward. I will make sure that I email everybody about those specific ones. I will try to be choosy since there's quite a few. And, I'll just pick the couple that are the ones that I really would not want to put my name behind. So, thank you.
Okay, so we're good? All right, this meeting is adjourned at 11:39.